Hey everyone, welcome back to part 2 of the full stack Playo app in React Native. So in the previous part, we had implemented a lot of things, that is setting up clerk, designing the home screen, your profile screen, your create activity screen, and we also had set up the MongoDB backend as well. So in this video, we're gonna start, implementing the create activity, that is how to create a game. So in last video, we had stopped until this point, that is the design was done and we were able to add in all of the given details over here, and we were to create the particular activity for a particular person. I think even the create activity endpoint is set up, that is this one, and I guess we are using that in the index.js. That is the routes, as you can see, game routes that's being used. So now one step is we need to come back to your create activity screen and initialize a on press event on your create activity button, and once when we press on that, we need to be creating a game, and that game should be created by that specific user who's currently logged in. Okay, let's implement that. So here I'm just going to say create game. So taken on press, and here I'm going to say create game. So yep, let's try to define this function onto the top. Here I'm going to say const create game is going to be equals to a async function, right? So here essentially I'm going to have in my try as well as catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log or console.error failed to create game, and I'm going to say error.response dot data or your error dot message. All right, then here I'm going to say alert, import that from React Native dot your alert. I'm going to say error over here and failed to create the game. So within try block, for creating a game, we need access to a bunch of things. So let's initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say axios, import axios from axios dot post method. Here let's make use of the URL http localhost 3001 in our case /API/games/ your create. Okay, so this is going to take in the post, basically the body. So we're going to pass in a bunch of things, that is the sport for which the game is to be played, then the area, that is where exactly the game is going to be played. It's going to be equals to your tagged venue dot your name. That's how we access the area. And the next one is going to be your date. Here, yeah, date is already present. Then time, the time interval. Apart from that, your admin, that is going to be equals to your user dot your ID. Let's get the user over here. That's going to come from your use user. So let's say over here const user is going to be equals to use user. Import that from clerk expo. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, let's try to access the ID. It's going to be user dot just ID. Yeah, that is being shown over here. Then your total number of players. So total players is going to be equals to number of players. That's pretty much it. So here we're going to first of all check the response status code. So here I'm going to say if my response dot status is equals to 200, then in this case I'm going to say alert dot your alert success, and over here I'm going to say game created successfully. All right, and over here we're going to have basically our cancel and OK button. So I'm just going to add that over here just like this. Okay, so once you press on OK, then just say navigation.go back, and once you press on cancel, we're just going to cancel that alert box, right? So yeah, this part is done. So after that, I'm just gonna clear off all of the states that are present. So for that, I'm gonna say your set sport to be of empty, and I'm gonna say set date as well to be of empty. Furthermore, your set time interval to be of empty again, then set number of players to be of empty. Furthermore, set tagged venue to be of null. Alright, that's pretty much it. Let's give this a try. So if everything works out correctly, we need to be seeing the alert and we need to navigate back. So let's say sport. I'm going to create a sport for badminton. So I'm going to say badminton over here. Choose the area, press on this. I'm going to say, let's this one serve and smash badminton academy. Then date, let's say I'm going to choose for 20th or let's say 19th of August, Tuesday. Time, let's say evening or morning, anything is fine. So I'm going to say 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Confirm that. And this is going to be 2 p.m. So choose 2 over here. And then save. I'm going to say done over here. And there you go, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. that is chosen. So total number of players, I'm going to say I need 5 players for the game. Okay. Let's press on create activity. And boom, just like that, game created successfully. Once you press on OK, automatically you would be navigated back and even all of the fields are cleared. There you go, that part is done. So now once they create a game and navigate back, we need to be showing that particular created game over here, as well as in the calendar if at all the user has created a game, or if at all a user is any part of a game, right? So now the next step is, let's again come back to API folder. We need to create a route for getting all of the upcoming games and also another route for the calendar part, that is all of the future games or all of the games that the current user is going to be a part of. Current user in the sense the person who's basically currently logged in, right? So let's come back over here, your game.routes.js. So we essentially have one that is to create a game. Now let's write in the second one, that is get the upcoming games. I'm going to say get upcoming games. That's going to be your user specific, right? Here I'm going to say router dot get method. It's going to be / upcoming. Take an async function, and here we're going to have in your request and the response in the callback. Okay, let's have in a try catch block. So initially over here I'm going to say catch of error. So let's say catch of error. I'm going to say console.log or console.error itself. I'm going to say error fetching games with that particular error message. Okay, and I'm going to say result or response.status of 500 dot your JSON with a message being, I'm going to say message failed to fetch upcoming games. All right, and with that particular error, so error is going to be equals to error dot message. Okay, that's it. Now within your try block, first of all, let's try to get the user ID. So here I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to request dot your query dot your user ID. Okay, and here if at all you want to log it, you can log it as well. Console.log. I'm going to say requested user ID is going to be equals to user ID. I think I forgot one step, that is to check in the backend if at all the game has been created or not. Let's actually verify that. Hopefully it should be created. So let's check out MongoDB over here. I'm going to go to the games collection and we should be seeing our game being created. So there you go, just like that, 7 smash. This user has created it, that is admin. Number of players is 5. I mean total players is 5. As of now the players is 1, that is the user itself. Okay, and is booked is false, quote number is null as of now, and match full also is false. We have the queries and requests which is currently empty, which is showing correctly, right? So yeah, let's continue writing this endpoint. So here I'm going to check if at all not of user ID, we cannot implement the endpoint. So I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being user ID is required. Okay, if all user ID is present, then we're going to fetch the games where user is the admin, player, or has a pending request, right? I'm going to say, let's write the comment over here. fetch games where user is a admin, player, or even has a pending request, right? I'm going to say const games is going to be equals to await access the game model dot apply the find method. So we're gonna use the or operator. I'm gonna say dollar or. We're gonna have in three conditions basically. The first one is going to be your admin. Let's write that correctly. Admin should match your user ID, then return the games, then return those particular game data. Or if your player, or if at all inside of your players array, if at all the user ID is present, then return that particular game data. Else, if at all in the requests, if your element matches, so I'm going to say object dollar element match, we're going to use this. If at all your user ID is going to match it and the status should be pending, only these requests we're going to get it. So I'm going to say pending over here. So this is essentially added to match your pending requests, right? So yeah, that's it. Let's format once over here. And yeah, apart from that, you can log the games if you want to. So here, let's try to get the current date time. So now once we get the games, we also need to make sure that all of the games are in the future. So now let's say today is 14th of August. If at all by tomorrow, like for example, we created the game today. So tomorrow the game should not be shown because the game is past. That is, the time is past, right? So we need to implement in that way. So I'm going to say const current date time is going to be equals to moment. So I hope moment is installed in the API folder. So package.json. Yep, so moment is there. So we just need to import it onto the top of the screen. So I'm going to say const moment is going to be equals to require of moment is going to be equals to require of moment. Okay, so let's try to format once. So here below that, I'm going to say const your formatted games is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await apply the promise.all method. Here I'm going to map over the games. I'm going to say games dot apply a map functionality is going to be the async method. So async for every game over here, I'm first of all going to get my admin user. So I'm going to say const admin user is going to be equals to await access your user model dot, I'm going to say find one method. We're going to find based on the clerk ID. I'm going to say clerk ID should be equals to game.admin. Okay, here I'm going to say if not of your admin user, then I'm going to say console.warn backticks admin user with clerk ID, that's going to be equals to your dollar game dot admin not found. Then we need to skip the game. So I'm going to say skipping game with that particular game ID. So it's going to be equals to game dot underscore ID, right? Here I'm going to say return null. Okay, so now the next step is we need to get in the player users. So that's going to happen right below this. Okay, so return null, I made a mistake. This should come below this one. Okay, here I'm going to say const player users is going to be equals to await user model dot find, again with similar to the clerk ID, if at all it's present in. So make use of the dollar in operator in your game dot players. All right, here I'm going to create a map. Basically I'm going to say const player map is going to be equals to your player users dot apply the reduce method in JavaScript. So for every map as well as the user, we're going to accumulate the details. So for that I'm going to say your map of your user dot your clerk ID is going to be equals to your user. So you're going to return the map over here. I'm going to say return map. and pass in the initial value. That is going to be an initial empty object. So now let's try to initialize the start time as well as the end time for the game. So here I'm going to say const start time comma end time. It's going to be equals to game dot, we need to go into the time. So to access that, it's going to be time, and then we're going to split based on the hyphen. So we essentially get 1 p.m. as well as 2 p.m. in the logs. Okay, so I'm going to say game dot split based on this, right? And I'm going to say const game date is going to be equals to moment of your game dot date, and we're going to format it into this particular value DOMMMM as well as true. And here we're going to check if at all not of your game date is valid, then we're going to say console.1 invalid date format for the game, that is game ID as well as the game date, then we're going to return null. So I'm going to add the condition over here just like that. Okay, next one I'm going to say const your game end time is going to be equals to your moment of, we're going to pass in your backticks. I'm going to say dollar game date dot, we're going to format it into this particular value, that is year, month as well as day, right? So here I'm going to say dollar end date. Okay, I mean not end date, end time is already defined at the top, that is this particular value. And here add in the comma, it's going to be with respect to this one. So years, then month, day, as well as hours. Okay, just this one. So here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my game end time dot is after your current date time. So then in this case we're going to initialize the user request. So I'm going to say const user request is going to be equals to your game dot your requests dot find. So for every request over here, I'm going to say your request user ID should be equals to your user ID over here. That's coming from the top, that is user, that is request dot query dot user ID. Okay, so here we're going to return essentially all of the required details, that is your underscore ID, that is going to be game dot underscore ID. Furthermore, your sport is going to be equals to game dot sport. Okay, furthermore your date is going to be equals to your game dot date. Then your time is going to be equals to game dot time. Then your area is going to be equals to game dot area. Players, it is going to be equals to your game dot access the players array. So here we're going to make it the map that we created previously. So I'm going to say game dot players dot map for every player ID. We need to get in the details, that is, let's say image URL, name as well as the underscore ID. So that's the reason we have created the map. So here I'm going to say const player is going to be equals to your player map, access that map and of the player ID. Okay, so here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all the player is present, so return player question mark, else it's going to be null. If the player is found in the map, then just try to return all of these details, that is underscore ID, that's going to be equals to your player dot your clerk ID, else your image URL. So I'm going to say image URL is going to be equals to player dot image, then is your first name. So let's add in both of these things, image URL as well as the name. Name is going to be equals to player dot first name, and if last name is present, take in that and then trim the full string. Okay, here we're going to apply the filter method, and we're going to get in all of the required details like your total players, your queries, requests, is booked, quote number, and all of these details. I'm going to say dot filter for every player. I'm going to say player over here my player should not be equals to null. Only those details we need to get in. Okay, so that's the reason we're applying the filter method. So here I'm going to say total players, which is going to be equals to your game dot your total players, right? Then you have your queries, that's going to be equals to your game dot queries or empty array. The next one is going to be requests, so I'm going to say requests over here, that's going to be equals to game dot requests or empty array. Next I'm going to say is booked, it's going to be equals to game dot is booked or false. Furthermore, your code number, that's going to be equals to game dot your code number or null. Then your admin name, so I'm going to say admin name, we're going to make use of backticks, it's going to be equals to dollar admin user dot first name, then dollar your admin user dot your last name, or a empty string. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Similarly, I'm going to add in all of the required details. So let's try to add in the required details over here apart from all of these details. Alright, so I've just added the required details. That is, apart from your admin name, you're going to have your admin URL, your is user admin if it's true or false, and your match full status, your activity access status. If at all the game is in progress, we need to make use of this moment condition, and your user request status. If all user request is present, then what is the status of it? Else send null. So this user request is coming from the condition that we applied at the top over here. Okay, so if that's pretty much it. So if your game end time dot is after your current date time, then we're going to return all of these details. Okay, so here I'm going to say return null. So yeah, this part is done. So finally, next step is we need to get in all of the valid games. That is, we need to apply the sort and filtering, and then we need to send it to the front end part. So here I'm going to say const your valid games is going to be equals to access the formatted games dot filter. We need to send only the required games, that is which has correct details. So I'm going to say the game should not be equals to null. So game should not be equals to null, but apply the sort method, taking two values a comma b. So here I am going to say const a start is going to be equals to your moment, access your backticks over here, it's going to be equals to dollar a moment of a comma date, I mean not a comma date, a dot date with respect to this format, that is do, and then mmmmm comma true dot format it into this particular value, month as well as day. Here I'm going to say dollar a dot time dot apply the split method, and we're going to split based on the hyphen over here and get in the first value, so pass in 0. And here again we need to pass in the formatted value, so year, month, day, and then this value that we passed initially. Okay, let's format once. Similarly, let's initialize your const b start, and we need to return a start dot b start. If it is true, then -1. If it's not true, then 1. So accordingly we're gonna return the games. So here I'm gonna say, okay, instead of dot comma needs to come over here. Let's say b start over here. So this essentially is going to be equals to your moment of your b dot date. Okay, and again this is going to be the same structure, formatting structure, dot format of this particular value, and instead of a dot time it's going to be equals to your b dot time. Yep, so that's it. For some reason it is erroring out over here. identifier expected for this. It's not erroring out. That's weird. Yeah, it's gone. That's good. So let's format once. Yeah, you can take a look at it, and we just need to say return your a start dot is before of your b start question mark -1 else 1. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json of all of your valid games, right? So yeah, this is your complete endpoint for fetching user specific games. You can take a look at it from the start if you've missed anything. So yeah, let's scroll from the topmost part. Alright, that's pretty much it. So now let's also try to write the endpoint that is to fetch all of the future games, because in my sports you're going to show some different card, in your calendar tab you're going to show some different card. So here I'm going to say router dot apply the get method. It's going to be / games. Okay, and here I'm going to say async method with a request as well as a response in the callback. So this is essentially going to be used within your my sports. Okay, so that is to show all of the future games that is created by any of the user. So have in your try as well as your catch block. So initially let's say catch of error, and here I'm going to say console dot error fetching games with that particular error, and I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being failed to fetch games. Here I'm going to say error dot message. That's it. Within your try block, let's try to access the games initially. That is all of the games. I'm going to say const games is going to be equals to await game dot find. Just pass in a empty brace. This would give and fetch all of the games in the games collection. So with the help of this, we need to filter out only those games which are yet to be played in the future. So here I'm going to say const current date time is going to be equals to initialize moment. That's going to give the current date as well as time at that particular point of time. Here I'm going to say const filtered games is going to be equals to access the games array dot apply the filter method, and here for every game I'm going to initialize my game date. I'm going to say const your game date is going to be equals to your moment. Again, similarly what we wrote in the previous endpoint, it's going to remain same. Game dot date formatted into this particular value as well as true. Okay, again just add that condition, that is if at all not of game date dot is valid, then over here I'm just gonna add the condition just like this. Now let's try to initialize your start time as well as end time. It's going to be the same thing. So below this condition I'm going to say const start time comma your end time is going to be equals to game dot split with the help of the hyphen. So here we're going to return false. Here I'm going to say const game start time as well as const game end time. I think we have defined that, I guess, not sure. Yeah, we have defined that, something similar itself. So add that over here. So I'm going to say const game start time is going to be equals to moment. It's going to be equals to your game date dot format it into that particular value, and we need to pass in the start time over here. So start time, and this is going to remain as is. Similarly for the end time we need to do it. So over here I'm going to say const game end time. So this is going to be game start and game end. All right. So here again, it's going to be game date dot your format it into this particular value. Here it's going to be your end time instead of start time. So end time, and this is going to remain as is. Okay. So we need to return based on these conditions. I'm going to say return your game end time dot is after your current date time current date time okay, or your game start time dot is before your current date time and so these are two conditions. Your game end time dot is after your current date time. Okay, so basically we need to return only these games. So let's try to format once and then let's try to save. So now again we need to format all of the games based on the required information that we want to use in the front end screen. So here I'm going to say const your formatted games is going to be equals to await promise.all. Here access your filtered games from the top part. So filtered games dot map for every async game over here. Try to again access your admin user this time. So I'm going to say const admin user is going to be equals to await access the user model dot apply the find one method. We're going to find based on the clerk id. So I'm going to say clerk id is going to be equals to your game dot admin. Okay, here I'm going to say if not of admin user, not admin name, if not of admin user, and then we're going to write the condition over here. So let's add that over here just like this. You can take a look at it. Then here again we're going to initialize the player users as well as the player map the same way which we initialized for the previous endpoint, and that map is basically used to get all of the more information related to the user. So just let's try to access that, these two codes that is over here, where we have the player users as well as the player map. So let's come back over here, add it right below your if condition, and here I'm going to say return. So we need IDs, port, date, time, area, players. I think it's essentially the same thing. Yeah, let's try to access till here. Okay, we need access to IDs, port, again date, your time, area, players is going to be equals to game.players, and then make use of the player map that is defined above. After we have a player map, then try to fetch all of these details and then store it within an object. And again we can apply the filter method to only give the player with the details, remove out all of the null data, and apart from that we're going to have your total players and then all of the other remaining details. Yeah, something similar to this. So let's add that over here. We do have the admin name, admin URL, as well as match full. So I'm just going to add it over here right below your this method. Okay, we're going to say dot filter of player, again similar condition as we have given for the previous top endpoint, and we are going to add in all of these details again. Okay, and this is basically added for created add for the sorting part. So again we need to implement the sorting method. It's simple. Come back over here right after this condition. I'm going to say const your valid games is going to be equals to access your formatted games dot apply the filter method. So filter over here for every game, your game should not be equals to null. Okay, and here you're going to apply sort a comma b Here I'm going to say b.created at minus a.created at. Okay, here basically you're trying to sort by the creation date, that is in the descending order. Let's format once. There is some issue with the brackets, so let's essentially fix that. Format once. Here I'm going to say result dot status of, let's say, 200 dot json of your valid games. Okay, let's give format once and then let's try to save the file. Yep, so this part is done. So the next step is, let's come back essentially to your player screen, not the player screen, the play screen over here, and we need to define these two endpoints, and then we need to show the game card over here. That's the next step. So come back to play screen.tsx. Let's actually try to define all of your interfaces over here itself. That is type of player as well as type of game. Here I'm going to say interface player. I'm going to say underscore id string image URL of string as well. Name is going to be string2. The next one is going to say interface game. I'm going to say interface game. Here it's going to have a bunch of details. So first one id string, then your sport string as well, area string, your date also string. Next we have is the time. Apart from time, we have your activity access. Next is your total players. And then we have your players. That's going to be of type player. That is defined onto the top. Next is booked. It's going to be a boolean. Then we do have your code number optional string. Admin name is string. Admin URL string again. Then your match full status, that's going to be a true or false, so essentially boolean. Requests array, it's going to look something like this. User ID string. Comment is going to be of type string. Status string again. It's going to be an array of objects, so initially pass in just like this. So is in progress. Boolean. Your created at value. Date. Furthermore, your final one. User request status. That's going to be equals to string. Okay, that's it. So now let's come back to your player screen. Here let's try to have in some states required. Yeah, we do have the games comma set games already being set up, so let's try to uncomment this and let's try to access the use user hook from your clerk. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to use user. Okay, import that correctly. Let's try to call the fetch games functionality over here. I'm going to say const fetch games is going to be equals to use callback. Import that from React, and this in turn is going to have async function. Right here, I'm going to say console.log fetching games Yeah, I think the syntax is wrong. That's the reason it's erroring out. We need to add in the dependency array over here. So fetching games here essentially, yeah, for the selected category, I'm going to pass in selected category. I'm going to say selected category over here. Your user ID is going to be equals to your user.id. I'm going to say if not if user.id and your selected category is going to be equals to calendar. In this case, I'm going to say console.log no user ID for calendar. Then we're going to skip the fetch. I'm going to say set games to be of a empty array, set loading to be a false. I don't think loading is yet initialized, so let's initialize that. Loading comma set loading, const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, initially false, and we're going to return from the function. Here I'm going to set it to be true, so set loading to be of true. I'm going to say let endpoint of type string, let your params of this type user ID string, initially an object. Here I'm going to check the condition that if at all my selected category is equals to calendar, then in this case your endpoint is going to be different. Endpoint is going to be equals to http localhost 3001/API/your games/your upcoming, and pass in the params, that is a request.user ID. I'm going to say user is going to be equals to user.id. Here again we're going to say else if your selected category is going to be equals to recommended. So here we're not going to show any games as of now because there is no feature for recommended as of now. So for that reason, I'm going to say set games to be of empty, set loading false. Else in any of the category, in any of these particular options, it should show the game cards. So endpoint is going to be this one, that is http /localhost 3001, then /API/your games, as well as /games. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to initialize the try catch block. So I'm going to say try over here. So let's write that try and then catch. So catch of error or console.error with that particular error message and show the error over here. And I'm going to say finally set loading to be a false. Okay, within the try block, I'm going to say const initialize the response. So const response is going to be equals to await import axios from axios dot get, pass in the endpoint and pass in your params over here. So that's pretty much it. If at all you want to log the response, you can do that. So console.log API response. I'm going to say JSON dot your stringify of your response dot data, and we're going to set the games. I'm going to say set games to be of your response dot data. That's it. Essentially the state should be set over here, and I'm also going to have in my use focus effect such that if at all the user comes from the create activity screen, we need to call again this function. So I'm going to say use focus effect, import that from React navigation. Here we're going to have your use callback Okay, so this in turn is going to call the function that is fetch games. This is going to be dependent upon the fetch games. Call the fetch games over here. So here let's try to initialize the use effect that is going to run on the initial mount. So use effect over here, I'm going to say fetch games. So fetch games. I should save the file. Missing semicolon. Okay, so okay, my bad, we need to pass in equals to over here, forgot that. Here it's going to be colon itself. Save. Alright, so we do have errors even in the backend as well. Yeah, we do have error in the backend too. So it says game.split is not a function and its return value is not iterable. Okay, so let's check that out over here. Okay, so yeah, some issue with respect to this one. Let's check out the previous one over here because we have the same thing over there as well. We're just trying to do game.split, so it should essentially be game.time.split, right? So yeah, I think that is the issue. So let's try to make that change. So instead of having game.split, I'm going to say game.time. It's probably because of that one it is not kind of working correctly. Copy down this, and wherever we have the split, first of all over here as well as over here as well in the second endpoint, this one. Okay, yeah, this is the one, is it's already changed again. Yeah, over here we are doing it correctly, time.split. So hopefully now it should work properly fine. Let's give it a try. Come back to home, come back to play, and boom, there you go, we do have no errors. So here let's come back to your our play screen over here. Let's try to log the games once. Let's see what exactly it's coming. And there you go, we do have all of the games. API response. So the game which we created, it's being shown over here. Serve and Smash, that was a game which I created. You can refer to the same game in the backend as well. Okay, so since it is in the future, 19th of August, today is about 14th of August, so it is going to be shown till the 19th. So once this time completes 2 p.m. of 19th, it is not going to be shown, right? So that's the condition we have given, and it's working according to the conditions, which is fine. So you can essentially log the games. Essentially the same thing is going to come over here as well. So now with the help of these details and these data, we're going to start designing the play screen, and we're going to show the cards. So essentially it's going to look something like this. Yeah, these cards in the my sports, and in the calendar it's going to look something like this. Okay, so yep, let's get started with designing all of the cards. Before that, we need to first of all filter the games, and based on the category we need to show the cards in the return block. So let's try to first of all implement that, and we're going to design both of the cards, and for each card we're going to have a separate component being designed. So let's initially scroll on, and then first of all define for the filtered games, that is over here. I'm going to say const filtered games is going to be equals to use memo. Okay, and over here I'm going to say if my selected sport, not category, selected sport is equals to all, which is true in the first case, then it's going to be all of the games. Okay, else it is going to be equals to your games dot filter based on whatever sport they choose on. So it's going to be for every game. Here I'm going to say your game dot sport should be equals to your selected sport. Let's format once, and this is going to be dependent upon your game as well as the selected sports. So here I'm going to say games as well as selected sport. That's it. So now let's try to define the display game such that for each of the category, that is for my sports and for calendar, we are gonna filter the games out, and then we're gonna show that. So let's say over here const display games is going to be equals to, I'm going to say use memo So here I'm going to say const now is going to be equals to your moment, and if at all your selected category is equals to past games, then here I'm going to say return your filtered games dot apply the filter method. So for every game over here, I'm going to say const game date is going to be equals to this one, moment of your game dot date formatted into this particular value. Okay, so here I'm going to say if not of game date dot is valid, then I'm going to say console.log invalid date, and then directly try to return from the function, or let's say return false. Okay, then here let's try to access the game time. I'm going to say const game time is going to be equals to game dot time dot apply the split method. We're going to split based on the hyphen over here. Access the first value. Here I'm going to say const game date time is going to be equals to your moment of your $game date. I'm going to say game date dot format it into this particular value, that is year, month as well as day. And here pass in the game time with respect to this value. The same thing whatever we have done in the backend, it's going to remain similar itself. So let's add in the value, and here we're going to say return your game date time dot is before nav. Okay, so here I'm going to say else if your selected category is going to be equals to your calendar, then in this case I'm going to say return your filtered games dot apply the filter method. So for every game over here, I'm gonna access the start time, end time. So const start time comma end time is going to be equals to game dot time dot apply the split based on the hyphen. So here let's try to access the game start time as well as the game end time with the help of moment, and we're gonna return only those games based on the condition that is in the future. Okay, and we're also gonna sort as well after this condition. And yeah, let's do that. So here I'm gonna say const game start time is going to be equals to access your moment. Here make use of the backticks. It's going to be equals to dollar your moment of your game dot date. So game dot your date, access your value over here, that is this particular value, and format it into this particular value. Format year, month as well as day. Okay, here let's pass in your start time. I'm going to say dollar start time, and here let's try to add this value. Similarly, let's add it for the end time as well, that is game end time, and then let's try to filter this out. I mean, not filter, we need to return based on the condition, that is if at all is after of now as well as basically all of the future games. Okay, so I'm similarly gonna add it for your game end time over here, and apart from that I'm gonna say return game end time dot is after nav, or if it's in between also we're gonna enter it, that is your game start time dot is before nav, and game end time is after now. So and game end time dot is after of now. Here furthermore apply the sort method. I'm going to say dot sort of a comma b over here, and I'm going to say const a start. So const a start is going to be equals to your moment, and I'm going to have in your moment of a dot date comma your again similar format value comma true dot here again dot format it into this particular value, and we're going to split. Basically we're going to say a dot split, a dot time dot split. So here I'm going to say dollar a dot time dot split with respect to the hyphen, get in the first value, and here pass in this string. So let's add that over here. Similarly, let's do that for the b start as well. So let's say b start, and here I'm going to say return a start dot is before of your b start question mark -1 else 1. That's it. And if at all your category is equals to my sport, then again we're going to sort it. I'm going to say else if your selected category is going to be equals to my sports, then here I'm going to say return your filtered games dot sort again filtered games dot apply your sort method. So for both the values I'm going to say if at all your b dot created at question mark, I'm going to say new date of your b dot created at, else it's going to be 0 minus a dot created at, again similar condition, new date of a dot created at, else 0. Let's format once. I guess some bracket issue, so let's try to add this. And here finally we're going to say return your filtered games, and this is going to be dependent upon your filtered games as well as your selected category. Safe. Well, that's pretty much it. So now let's try to display the cards over here within a scroll view. You can either make use of a flat list as well, I think that's better, or you can make use of a normal map as of now. So I'm going to say scroll view over here. Here I'm going to say if at all loading is true, then I'm going to say view, else another condition, if your display games dot your length is equals to 0 question mark, else here I'm going to say some design. Here we're going to say view having a text which says no games available for that particular category. So no games available under your dollar selected category. Yeah, there is no need of dollar for now. And here I'm going to say display games dot map. For every game as well as the index, I'm going to first of all check the category. That is if at all my selected category is equals to your calendar question mark, then we're going to show a calendar game card, else we're going to show just a normal game card. So let's create components, that is calendar game card, new file, calendar game card .tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Furthermore, your just normal game card that's gonna come for the my sports part. So game card over here, rnfes, save. Here let's add in the condition, I mean the component basically. So calendar game card. Here I'm going to say game card. So to both of these components key, let's pass in that game dot underscore id, game information, the entire object game is going to be equals to game, and the next one is going to be for the game card over here. So I'm going to say key, again similar, game dot underscore id. Alright, then your game is going to be equals to your game. So yep, that's pretty much it for now. So now let's try to actually save the game, and there you go. So since we do have one game over here, we're able to show that particular game card. So let's get started with designing this game card. Before that, let's finish the design over here for all of these values. So class name, some padding x of 4, padding top of 4. For this, we need to show activity indicator, having a activity indicator. Here I'm going to say size is going to be equals to large. Okay, then I'm going to say color, that is going to be equals to this color code, that is 1F2937 right. Yep, and for the view I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a flex of 1, justify of center, items of center as well, empty of 10. Okay, and for this particular view, having your class name empty of 10, item center, justify center as well. For this particular text, I'm going to say class name, I'm going to say text gray of 500, text LG, font medium, save. Okay, let's get back to your game card.tsx and then let's try to define that. So essentially we're gonna have your game card props, your interface game as well as the interface player. So let's add that over here. So here I'm just gonna add in all of these things which have already been done in the play screen. Just try to add that over here. Okay, so here I'm gonna say game card is gonna be your react.your functional component, which is gonna take in your game card props, right? So here I'm gonna say equals to the game basically, and here let's say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation, spelling is wrong. Okay, so for some reason your use navigation is not working. Let's import it from the previous screen. Alright, apart from this, the next thing we need is the user. So const user is going to be equals to use user. Alright, for some reason the import is not working. Let's import it from any of the other screens. Alright, this is done. So here I'm going to make it for touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, import that from React Native. Actually none of the imports are working, that's weird. Okay, so within that let's have the header as well as some designs over here. So having a view, pass in a text over here, we're going to say regular, save. As you can see, that is being shown on the screen, as well as your bookmark. I'm going to say bookmark. Your color, that is going to be equals to black. size is going to be equals to 24. I'm going to paste in both of the icons over here from Lucid React Native. Save. Bookmark doesn't exist. Okay, so small m actually. Reload the app. So let's come back to your play screen over here. There you go. That's being shown correctly fine. So here for your touchable opacity, I'm going to pass in my class name, my of 2.5 as well as p of 3.5, bg white, and rounded of lg, border gray of 200. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Let's style the different parts. So here class name, flex of row, justify of, let's say, between, items of center. Okay, that's weird. Let's reload. The styles are not getting applied for some reason. Play. Yeah, now it's working fine. Let's try to change. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's cut the server and let's reload it from the starting point. So Control C, npx export start, and let's again open it up on the iOS. So press on I over here. Okay, so below this we're going to show the avatars as well as the slots. So something like this, right? Have in your view, within this view I'm going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have another view. Here have an image, pass in the source over here, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That's going to be equals to game.admin URL. Okay, import image from React Native. So let's pass on the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name. Here I'm going to say width of 14, height of 14 as well. Rounded is going to be full. There you go. That's looking fine. So since I've chosen the normal image itself from the app, so it's showing like that, which is correct itself. And for that, below the image, let's have in the view where we're going to show all of the players of the game. I'm going to say game dot players dot apply the filter method for each player over here. So here let's remove the admin name. I'm going to say player dot name should not be equals to your game dot admin name. Furthermore, we're going to say dot map for every player as well as the index. I'm going to render an image. So let's say image over here, just like this. So key is going to be equals to index, and I'm going to say source. This in turn is going to take in your URI. Here I'm going to say player dot your image URL. Let's pass on the class name over here. I'm going to say class name, width of 11, height of 11, rounded full, and then minus negative, that is margin left of minus 1.5, as well as border white. Save. Okay, that's weird because as of now there are no players, so it should not essentially come, but for some reason, yeah, there is some conditional error, because over here only the user's profile should come. It's even coming over here and the filter is not working properly, so let's look into that. So here for the view, if at all there are more players, it should come in a row fashion. So flex row, item center, again minus 1.5 over here. Save. And for this also, again, it should come in a row fashion. So class name, flex of row. As you can see, just like that, is looking fine. For your topmost view, let's say class name. This is going to say empty of 2.5. And for this, I'm going to say class name flex of row items of center. Yep, that's looking good. So below your avatar, we're going to have how many people are going basically. So right below this particular view, I'm going to have a view being shown. Within that, I'm going to say text, get in the dot, option 8 over here. And I'm going to say game dot your players dot length divided by your game dot total players. As you can see, 1 out of 5 going. So that is looking good. Here I'm going to say going. Let's pass on the class name for this. ML of 2.5. Furthermore, a flex of 1. For the class name, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of base as well as a font of medium. Okay, that's looking pretty clean. So apart from that, here we're going to have one more view, which in turn is going to say have a text, only 4 slots left. So something like that, only your game dot total players minus game dot current players, game dot players dot length. That's how we access that. Slots left. Let's pass on the class name for this. This is going to be equals to bg of this color code, that is hashtag ff f and then bde. Okay, and padding x of 2.5, padding y of 1.5, rounded of lg, border as well as border of this color code, that is hashtag EEDC82. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, the design is looking really nice. Here, class name, I'm going to say font of, let's say, medium, as well as text of SM. And there you go. That's looking clean. It's going to add in the rocket icon. You can add in if you want to add. So save. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So now the next step is we need to show the admin date as well as all of the match full details. So below this, I'm going to say view. Here having one more view. Within that, having a text which is going to show the admin name. So game dot admin name. Yeah, as you can see, that's my name, which is being correctly shown. Here are some details. So 321 karma. Apart from that, on fire. Okay, so class name for this, it's going to have a text gray of, let's say, 500, and it's going to have a text of medium. That's looking good. So for your view, or for the outermost view, we're going to have the class name flex of row justify between items center. So below the text, we're going to have one more text which is going to show the game dot date. So game dot your date, comma, game dot time dot split based on the hyphen that is present, acts as the first value, so 0. As you can see, 19th August 1 p.m. That's when the game is scheduled. So class name over here, empty of 2.5, text of MD, font of medium. Save. And there you go. That design is looking nice. So below that, I'm going to first of all check if at all game.matchful is true, then add in the design. That's going to come towards the rightmost part. That's going to happen right below the view. So try to add that over here. I'll be sending this link in the description in the form of a drive link. You can make use of that, right? So format once and then let's try to save. So yeah, this part is done. Finally, we need to show the location as well as the skill level, that is basically hard coded itself. Here I'm going to have in a view. This in turn is going to say your map pin icon size is going to be equals to, let's say, 20, color black. Apart from that, we're going to have your text that is going to show your game.area. That's looking nice. Pass on the class name over here. So class name here, essentially I'm going to have empty of 2.5, flex of row, item center, gap of 1.5. For this piece of text, class name, text of sm, flex of 1. And there you go. Just like that, our design is looking good. So yeah, apart from this, the next step is we can actually make it medium. Actually, the text is looking kind of small. Yeah, this is looking better. So below the view, I'm going to have one more view over here. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which says intermediate to advanced. All right. And below the text, I'm going to first of all check the condition. So before that, we need to have in one more condition over here, that is user in requests or not. Based on that, we're going to show either it's requested or it's not requested. Okay, I'm going to say const is user in requests equals to your game dot your requests dot apply the sum method in JavaScript. So for every request over here, I'm going to say request dot your user ID should be equals to your user dot underscore ID. If this is true, then that means this particular person has requested for the game. So we need to conditionally render the condition over there. So below the view, I'm going to say is in user requests and we're going to have a view. Okay, within that we're going to have a text, and I'm going to show the message saying that it is requested, else it is not going to show anything else. Okay, that's it, safe. So as you can see, this person is the only person in the game, but for some reason the image is showing 2 times. We need to look into that, and there are no people in the game, so that's the reason it is not going to show anything. So for the class name over here, I'm going to say initially flex of row, justify of between, item center, empty of 3. So class name for this, it's going to have a slight bg gray of, let's say, 200, padding x of 2.5, padding y of 1.5, and then rounded is going to be medium. Okay, pass on the class name over here, text of sm, I'm going to say text sm, font is going to be normal. As you can see, that design is looking good. Okay, so for the view over here, it's going to have a bg green, so I'm going to say bg green of 500 or 600. You can pass in any shade you want to add, and then px of 2.5, py of 1, rounded is going to be medium, so rounded medium. For the text, let's add in, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be equals to text of white, and then text of sm, text of center. So format once, and then let's try to save the file. So if that's pretty much it, this is how you show your card. So let's look into this image, because for some reason it is not correctly being shown. If you check out the backend over here, as you can see, player is only 1. So let's actually try to do one thing. Let's actually try to log the game details over here. I'm going to say console.log data as well as the game. Safe. Okay, so we do have the admin name, but in our condition we are checking player.name. Okay, player.name is going to be equals to, yeah, so as you can see, we do have the name, it's inside the players array, which is true, and the game.admin name, even that is true, but we're filtering that out, but still it is essentially showing the message. So let's see if at all we've written correctly. So your player.name should not be equals to your game.admin name. Probably this should be like this, I guess. Safe. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, there was a space between the not as well as equals to that it is. So that's the reason it's not working fine. So make sure you add it in this way. So yeah, essentially the condition is right itself. So let's save the file. So now let's look into the next block, that is the calendar game card.tsx. So here in the calendar card, again, let's try to import the required interfaces, that is for your game player and the calendar game card props. Okay, I'm going to add it over here. It's essentially the same thing whatever we had in the game card, and make sure to initialize your interface calendar game card props. Game is going to be of type game, and on cancel request it's just going to return a void. Okay, we haven't yet defined this. You can actually comment this out for now. Okay, so save the file. So here we're going to say const calendar game card is going to be equals to your react dot your functional component, which in turn is going to take in your calendar game card props. Here we're gonna have in the game, as well as once when we initialize the on cancel request, we're gonna define that. So here within this component, I'm gonna first of all get the navigation. I'm gonna say const navigation is gonna be equals to use navigation. Import that from React navigation as such, and then your user, I'm gonna say const user is gonna be equals to use user. Import that from clerk expo. Let's initializing the loading state. Let's initialize your loading state. So loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state. Okay, so here essentially we're gonna have initially false, just like this, and I'm gonna have in my is pending state to check whether or not they have sent a request. I'm gonna say const is pending is going to be equals to access the game dot go into the user request status is equals to pending. So now let's try to design the return block over here. It's going to look something like this, as we saw earlier in the screenshot. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so let's come back to your return block. Make use of your touchable opacity over here. So touchable opacity from React Native, and here we're going to have the date header. I'm going to say text over here. It's going to be your game.date. So game.your.date, and as you can see, that is being shown correctly. That is 19th August. That's when the game is going to be played. And let's first of all style the touchable opacity. Class name for this, some internal spacing, padding of 4, bg of white, then rounded of let's say XL, margin bottom of 4, and then a shadow of medium. So shadow medium over here. I'm going to pass in the active opacity. So active opacity is going to be equals to 0.4. And on press, we need to navigate to the game details. So let's do that afterwards. Let's complete designing this particular screen. Save. All right. So now let's target your text over here. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a text blue of 600. Then text of base. Apart from that, I'm going to say font medium, MB of 3, border of bottom, as well as border gray of 100, and then a padding bottom of 2. Let's give a format once, and then let's try to save the file. So as you can see, that is looking nice. So now below that, we need to first of all check if at all is pending is true or not. That is, if this particular user has sent a request to a game, I'm going to say if is pending is true for this particular game, then you're going to have this design. Else we're going to have some other design. So here let's essentially add in views for both. So I'm going to say view over here, and first of all let's target the else design because it's going to go into the else condition. So here within the view, I'm going to have in your admin image. So take in one more view over here. Here let's try to import image from React Native. right? And yeah, let's pass in your source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That's going to be equals to your game dot your admin URL. Okay, let's pass on the class name for this, width of 12, height of 12, rounded of full, border gray of 100. As you can see, just like that, it's looking cool. Okay, so apart from this, the next step is going to be the main content that's going to come below this one. Having the view, within this we're going to show the name of the person who has created the game, that is the admin's name. It's going to be game dot your admin name, and I'm going to say s over here, as well as game dot sport, and then game. As you can see, Sujan Anand's badminton game, which is looking fine. So below that, your game dot area, I'm going to say text. Here I'm going to say game dot area. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's being shown to the screen. So below that, having a view, here I'm going to check if at all my game dot is booked is true. Then in this case, I'm going to show a fragment, else I'm just going to show the time. Let's take in our text over here. Here I'm going to say a text, initially fragments, within that a text. That is going to be the quote with the quote number. If at all it's booked, this is the design for this. And below that is going to be booked. Here we're going to show the time of your game. So game.time. As you can see, since the code is not yet booked, the time is going to be 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Let's start designing this initially for your top view. That's the main content. Flex of 1. And here for the view which contains your image, I'm going to say class name, overflow of hidden. Okay, and for the image is already given. Let's pass on the design for this main content. Class name over here, again a flex of 1. For this piece of text, class name, text of LG, font of semi bold, and then a text gray of 800, as well as a margin bottom of 1. As you can see, that is looking good. Okay, I think I made a mistake over here. For the top view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So flex of row, item center, gap of 3. Alright, that's looking cool. So here I'm going to say class name. So here it is going to be your text gray of, let's say, 500, your text of SM, and then margin bottom of 2, and number of lines maximum can be 2. If at all the name is large, just show it in 2 lines. And I'm going to say ellipsize mode as tail. Okay, so if that's pretty much it, and within this particular view, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have a BG color. So BG of white, and then rounded of LG, some internal spacing, padding of 3, border gray of 100, as well as shadow of SM. So let's try to reopen it up again. As you can see, that is looking good. So now let's give the style for this, that is the code. So class name over here. So I'm going to say class name, initially, text of center, your text gray of, let's say, 700, font of medium, text of XS, as well as a margin bottom of 1. Yeah, currently we cannot see the style because the code is not yet booked, but let's write down the styles for this. Here it's going to have text of center again, BG green of, let's say, 600. Once it is booked, and text white, text SM, font of medium, py of 1.5, rounded of medium. Okay, so let's give a format once and then let's try to save. So now let's give the style for this, that is class name. This in turn is going to have, text of center, text gray of let's say 700, font of medium, text of SM, small. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking pretty clean. So this part is done. So now finally, we need to show if at all the game is match full. That is right below the view. We need to show that particular image. Okay, so right below this one. So I'm just going to add the code for that. If at all game.matchFull is true, add in this image. These are the stylings: class name, width of 100 pixels, height of 70 pixels, empty of 2, and then self of center. Okay, so below that, we're going to have your player count being shown. That is just below this one. As you can see, it says 1 going. So here I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have 2 pieces of text in a row fashion. I'm going to say your game dot your players dot your length. And here we're going to have a text which is going to say going. All right. Here let's pass on the class name, items of center, justify of center. Okay. And over here, class name, I'm going to say text of 2XL. And I'm going to say font of bold. Okay. Apart from that, text green of 600. Here I'm going to say class name, text of SM, font of medium, text gray of 600, empty of 1. Format over here, and then let's try to save. And there you go. Just like that, our design is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. Okay, so now let's actually concentrate on the next one, that is your book tab. So currently over here, as you saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to show all of the venues inside of your book tab. Okay, and if at all any person presses on any venue, we need to be navigating to the venue info screen, and over there we need to show more info regarding that particular venue. Okay, so let's look into that. That's the next part. We need to design this particular screen, as well as once you press on your card, we need to navigate to the venue info, and then we need to design that as well. So for that, let's head back to your book screen.tsx, this one. And here, first of all, let's try to get the venues. So here I'm going to say const venues, comma set venues is going to be equals to use state of an empty array over here. I'm going to say const search query. This was the searching part, comma set search query is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. Okay, let's try to initialize the use effect, and then let's try to get all of these details. So use effect over here, import that from React correctly. It's going to run on the initial mount, so empty dependency array. So const, I'm going to say fetch games is going to be equals to, not fetch games, fetch venues equals to async function. Here I'm going to have a try as well as catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error saying failed to fetch venues with that particular error message. All right. Now within your try block, I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot your get method is going to be the URL which is already defined, that is http localhost 3001 / API / your venues. Once we have the response, then just set the venues to be of response.data. Simple. and let's call the function over here. So fetch venues. Save the file. Yeah, hopefully no error, which means it's working correctly. So let's try to get in the user data over here. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to use user. Import that from clerk expo. Okay, so let's try to initialize your safe area view over here. Safe area view. Here, having the class name, I'm going to say flex of 1 and bg of f5 f5 f5. Okay, so this in turn is going to have basically a top bar. For that, I'm going to have one more view. Within that, another view, which is going to say text and the location name. As you can see, that's being shown correctly fine. The next thing is the material icons. Let's get from the create activity. Copy that down and then paste it over here. It's going to be material icons. Copy any one of them. Copy any one of them and then come back to book screen again. Paste it over here. So material icons over here. Name is going to be keyboard arrow down. As you can see, that's looking good. Target the class name, flex of row, item center, a gap of 3. Okay, so yep, that's looking nice. So below the view, we're going to have one more view that's going to come towards the rightmost part containing your ion icons. So let's get in the ion icons over here and let's try to use the ion icons over here. So ion icons, and let's try to have in the chat box outline icon. So here I'm going to say chat box outline. Size is going to remain 22, not 24. Color black. One more we are going to have, that is going to be your notifications outline. So here I'm going to say notifications outline. Save. As you can see, both of them are visible, which is good. Target your image over here. Import image from React Native. Take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. Here it's going to be equals to your user.image. Let's pass in the class name over here. Width of 8, height of 8 as well as rounded of full. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So as of now, it's not showing the correct image. Once when we initialize the stand, we're gonna make it look dynamic. Okay, so this part is done. So let's target the outermost view. Class name over here. Give it a flex of row and then items of center. Justify between and a px of 4, py of 3. And for this inner view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So flex of row, item center, gap of 3. That's looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So now the next step is the search bar design. Let's quickly implement that. So below this, I'm going to have in a view. Here I'm going to say text input from React Native. Okay, having a placeholder that's going to be equals to search for venues. Below the placeholder, I'm going to have class name, which in turn is going to be flex of 1, text of base, value is going to be equals to search query, and your on change text is going to be equals to set search query. So let's format once and let's try to save. So class name for this, the class name for the view, mx of 4, some margin, flex of row, item center, justify between, bg of this color code, that is E8, 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 a padding x of 4, some padding y of 3, rounded is going to be full, MB of 4. So here we're going to have your iron icons again. That's going to be the search icon. So here I'm going to say name is going to be search. Save, and there you go. Just like that, the search bar is looking pretty neat. And let's pass on the gray color over here. Okay, this is done. The next step is for your filter chips. So let's try to design that. Here try to map over your sports and your availability, comma your favorites, as well as your offers. Okay, I think I've written it wrong. So your braces should come outside and then your square brackets is gonna come. Just like this. So map over it for every label, and then the index over here. Let's try to return a view. And within this view, let's have a text basically showing that particular label. Save. As you can see, everything is being shown on the screen. So the key is going to be equals to your id x, class name over here. I'm going to say border of 2, then border gray of let's say 200, rounded is going to be XL, px of 4, py of 2. Let's pass on the class name over here. That's going to be equals to text sm, text gray of 700. And for the view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So let's pass on the class name, flex of row, space x of 3, px of 4, py of 2. Let's give gap instead of space x. For some reason that's not working correctly. Gap. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So now let's make it a flat list and then show all of the venues over here. Here I'm going to say flat list, import that from React Native. And over here, I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false. Your data, that's going to be equals to your filtered venues. Okay, so as of now, filtered venues is not there because once we implement the search, we're going to make that work. Here, have a new render item, destructure your item, and I'm going to create a new component that is your venue card over here. So components, new file, venue card.tsx, rnfes, save. Let's try to import it over here. I'm going to say venue card. Here I'm going to say item is going to be equals to item. And below that I'm going to say key extractor. Okay, not here. Take in the item over here and it's going to be equals to item dot underscore id. Furthermore, yeah, that's it. Your content container style, we need to pass in that. I'm going to say padding bottom of 20. So save. There you go. We have around 5 to 6 venues. It's showing correctly fine. Let's try to design the venues. So let's come back to your venue card.tsx and then let's start designing this over here. Venue card.tsx, basically destructure your item. Cons navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. So here I'm going to have my class name, some internal spacing basically, mx of 4, my of 3. That's looking good. Here make use of a pressable, import that from React Native. We're going to have your image. I'm going to say image over here. So this in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That is going to be item.image. So class name, that's going to be equals to width to full, height of 52, rounded top of LZ. And there you go. Just like that, we are able to see all of the images, which is looking pretty neat. This part is done. So now below that, some more information related to the venue. So pass on the view over here. This view in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text, which is going to show your name, item dot name dot your length. If it's greater than 40, then we need to make it to the substring method. I'm going to say item dot the name dot your substring of 0, 40 plus dot 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 dot, else it is going to be your item dot name itself if it is less than 40 characters. Save. There you go. That's looking good. So format once over here. Pass on the text, the class name for the text basically. So text of base, font of medium, text of black. Okay. So below that, we're going to have one more view. This in turn is going to have your and design icon. Let's get that over here. So here I'm going to say and design. The name is going to be equals to a star icon. Okay, color is going to be green. Color is going to be white, because over here we're going to have a text which is going to show your item dot rating. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name, flex of row, item center, let's say gap of 1, bg green of let's say 500, px of 2.5, padding by of 1, rounded of medium. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. So for your rating, I'm going to pass on the class name. It's going to have a text of white, font of bold, text of SM. Okay, that's looking good. And let's pass on the style for your outermost view that's containing these two children. So class name over here, it's essentially going to have flex of row, items of center, justify of between, MB of 1. Okay, that's looking fine. This is okay. Some reason, some spacing issue, let's look into that. You need to give some spacing to the view. So class name over here, let's say padding x of 3, padding y of 2. Save. Yep, so as you can see, it's looking nice. So next, let's try to show your address over here. So I'm going to paste in the code for that. Let's try to save. So as you can see, that's looking good. And the final part is going to be the design right below your view. And below that, we're going to have a divider kind of design. So self-enclosing view for that. Here, having a class name, I'm going to say border gray of 200, as well as a margin y of 3. Okay, so apart from that, having another view over here, which in turn is going to take in a text. This text is going to say up to 10% off. Here I'm going to say text again. I'm going to say INR 250 onwards, and I'm going to say class name over here. Here I'm going to say flex of row, item center, justify between, and class name over here. It's going to have a text of SM, text of black, and yeah, that's it. So class name for the second piece of text, again a text of SM, font of medium, as well as a text of black. And there you go. That's looking good. All of the venues are being shown correctly fine. So now once you press on this, we navigate to the venue info screen. So let's first of all create that screen, that is your venue info. Yeah, so screens and then new file venue info screen.tsx rnfe to get the Sujan code snippet. So here we need to first of all include this into the play stack navigator, the book stack navigator. Here I'm going to say venue info component to render for the screen, it's going to be equals to venue info screen. I hope that's a correct name. Yeah, that's a correct one. Save. Let's come back to your venue card, that is this one, and over here let's try to navigate on the on press over here. So I'm going to say on press, taking a function, we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, it's going to be equals to venue info, and here let's pass in a bunch of information, that is name, item dot name, then your image, item dot your new image, sports available, that is going to be equals to your item dot sports available. Furthermore, your rating, that's going to be equals to item dot rating. Next is your timings, I'm going to say item dot timings. Your address is going to be equals to item dot address. The next thing is going to be for your location, it's going to be item dot location, and bookings, I'm going to say item dot bookings. Let's try to save the file. Let's press on this, and there you go, we're coming correctly to the venue info screen. So within the venue info screen, let's try to initialize your navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation, import that correctly. Then your const route is going to be equals to use route. Here let's try to return safe area view, within that a scroll view. So your venue info screen is going to look something like this. I hope that is added over here. Yeah, this is going to be your venue info screen. Okay, so for the safe area view, initially class name flex of 1, bg of white, as well as a padding top of 10. So we're going to have the image over here, import from React Native, source URI. Here I'm going to say the image, so let me just paste that over here, format once, and then let's try to pass on the class name for this, width of full, as well as a height of 52. As you can see, that is looking good. So below that, some of the venue info, so let's try to render that. View having a text which is going to show root dot your params dot your name. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's pass on the class name for this, that's going to be equals to padding of 4 for the text class name, text of Excel, font of semi bold. Okay, below that I'm going to have my view, which in turn is going to have the iron icons. First of all, let's get it from the other screen. This is going to be your time outline icon, so I'm going to say time outline safe. Okay, color is going to be actually black over here. Here pass on the class name, flex of row, item center, empty of 2, a gap of 2. And apart from that, we're going to have the ratings over here. I mean, not ratings, the timings basically. So text root dot params dot your timings. Okay, so for some reason it's not being shown on the screen. Let's check out the venue card. Timings is going to be item dot timings. Okay, even for sports available, spelling is wrong. Okay, let's just hardcode that for now. So I'm going to come back to venue info screen. Here, let's say 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Okay, so class name for this, text of base, font medium. Yep, that's it. The next one is going to be for your title, not the title, your location part. So having the view over here is going to be location outline. It's going to be item router params dot location. Okay, this is coming fine. This is done. The next part is for the ratings and the activity section. So let's try to initialize a view for that. I'm going to say view over here. Within this, we're going to have one more view. I'm just going to get in the style for the ratings, import the font awesome over here, and save. There you go. That's looking fine. So below this view, I mean for the outermost view, let's pass on the styling. That's this one. Flex of row, justify of around, px of 4, py of 2. Format and then save. Okay, so that's looking fine. Apart from that, we're going to have the rate venue design that's going to come right below the view. I'm going to say pressable over here, which in turn is going to have a text which says rate venue. Class name for this, empty of 2, width of 40, border gray of 400. Okay, then rounded is going to be medium. Then I'm going to say py of 2. Apart from that, items of center. Save. Okay, and for the rate venue design, text of sm. So text sm as well as a font of medium. This part is done. Let's try to format once and then let's save. Okay, so yep, let's try to copy this down one more time and paste it over here. Okay, so second time it's going to say total activities instead of the ratings design. So let's have a text which is going to say 100 total activities. Save. I think it's a view that's missing if I'm not wrong. Nope, let's come back to the previous state. Let's have in a text over here. Here I'm going to say 100 total activities. As you can see, that's looking good. The next button is going to say 1 is upcoming. Save. Okay, the next thing is the sports available design. So let's implement that. Having a text over here. This is going to say sports available. So class name over here, I'm going to say text base font of semi bold, mx of 4, mt of 4. Okay, and here I'm gonna say scroll view. Let's say root dot your params dot your sports available dot map for every item and index. I'm gonna show a view. Here I'm gonna have in the material community icons, and let's try to show the material community icons over here. I mean import it. Save. Okay, so token expected, let's look into that. As you can see, that's looking good. So for your scroll view, let's say horizontal, and then show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. So just like that, the design is looking pretty neat. So you can actually check out the class name for this. The next one is going to be for your amenities component. Let's render that. I'm going to say amenities. Okay, here I'm going to have component as well as new file amenities.tsx rnfe as to get the Sujan code snippet, import it over here. Save. So let's design the amenities component. Is going to be super simple. Basically all of these most popular facilities, we're gonna show that over there. So let's come back over here, amenities.tsx. I'm gonna get in the code over here for the services. So here, apart from that, let's try to initialize a view. It's going to be internal styling itself for this. So here it's going to have a text which says most popular facilities. Save. Class name or internal styling, I'm going to say style, padding of 10. And for this, I'm going to say style, font size of 16, and font weight of 500. So format once, and let's try to save. Okay, now let's try to map over it. Having a view, here I'm going to say services, apply the map function for every item as well as your index. Over here I'm going to have a view. Within this view, I'm going to have a text that's going to show the name. I'm going to say item.name. So having a class name over here, styling. So this is going to have some internal styling, some margin of let's say 10, bg color of this color code, that is 17b169. Furthermore, your padding horizontal of 11, padding vertical of 5, as well as your border radius of 25. Okay, that's looking fine. For your text, it's going to be text align of center. So style over here, text align center, color is going to be white color. It needs to come into a row fashion. So style, we're going to give it a flex wrap basically. So flex direction of row, align items of center, then flex wrap of wrap, and save. So there you go. Just like that, is looking pretty neat. So let's come back to venue info screen. The final part is going to be to show the book now button, such that you can even book directly from the venue as well. So right over here, I'm going to say pressable, having a text which says book now. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say bg green of 600, some internal spacing, padding of 3, margin bottom of 8, rounded of medium, mx of 4. There you go. That's looking fine. Class name for the text. Let's say text of white as well as text of center. Right, that's it. So this is your book. I mean, not book, this is your venue info screen. So this part is done. Even the profile tab is almost complete. Yeah, it's actually done. And even the home screen is complete. So now once, if at all, the user presses on your calendar, they should be navigated to the game details screen. So if at all they are an admin, then we need to show some other design. If at all they are not an admin, and if at all they are not an admin, we need to show some other design. So once you press on this, we need to be navigating to the game details screen. That's the next step. And once that is done, we need to be implementing the sending of requests, sending of queries, as well as accepting of requests, as well as accepting of queries. So that would be the next step. So first of all, let's look into creating a new screen and then designing the game detail screen. So first of all, let's try to create a new screen, that is your game setup screen or the game detail screen. So here I'm going to say game setup screen .tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. So let's include this within your Play Stack navigator. Here I'm going to say new screen. Let's say game setup, something like this, and the component to render is going to be equals to your game setup screen. Alright, so now once you press on your calendar game card, we need to navigate to the next screen, that is the game details. So let's try to initialize that. So here where we have the touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen you want to navigate to, that is going to be equals to your game setup. That's the name we have given, and we're going to pass in the information that's going to be the game itself, right? So let's try to format once, and this game is basically going to come from your parameter over here. So yep, that's it, and let's try to save the file. And this is going to be disabled if loading is going to be set to true. So I'm going to say disabled equals to loading. So let's press on this, and there you go. We're coming correctly to the game details or the game setup screen. So here essentially for the admin view, they can have the access to add a co-host, that is the UI part, as well as to manage the requests. Whereas if at all you're going as a player to that particular screen, all of these access won't be available to you. So accordingly, if at all that particular person is admin of the game, we're going to show the design. Otherwise we are not going to show the design. We are only going to show the screen, that is to see all of the players for that particular game. Okay, so let's try to define initially the game setup screen. So on to the top, let's initialize the required states. So here I'm gonna have in my navigation, I'm gonna say const navigation is gonna be equals to your use navigation, and furthermore you need access to your route as well. So const route is gonna be equals to use route. Import that from React Navigation native, and here I'm going to say get in the game. So const game is going to be equals to your route dot your params as game, that is going to be of type game. So here we need to define some of the interfaces, so let's do that. So I'm going to define for the player, so interface player over here, it's going to have a ID of string, your image URL of string as well, then your name of string 2. Next is your request, interface request over here. So what and all request is going to have your user ID, so pass in your string over there, just like this. Your comment here as well, pass in the string, then your status, that is going to be string 2, name, string, your image URL string as well. So this is going to be a type of a request in this particular screen. Furthermore is for the venue, so I'm going to say interface venue, it's going to have a name, that is the name for the venue, and the sports available in that particular venue, so it's going to be string. Furthermore, bookings, that's going to be of type any. The next thing is for the game over here. Let me add that over here. So I'm going to create it for the game. It's going to contain a unique ID, the sport, your area, your date, time, activity access, and all of these details. And we're going to also have your is user admin, your requests, as well as the queries as well. You can take a look at it. So now let's come back over here. Now if game is added over here, and let's try to access the user details. Use user from clerk, and apart from that, I'm going to say your const players comma your set players is going to be equals to use state, and this is going to be of type player. Add in that over here. It is going to be like this, and initially it's going to be an empty array over here. Okay, next it's going to be for the requests. I'm going to say const requests comma set requests is going to be equals to use state, and here essentially it's going to be of type request, just like this, and over here again a empty array, because we can have n number of requests. Next is similarly for the venues. Let's try to access that over here. So here I'm going to say venues comma set venues. It's going to be equals to use state of type venue. The next thing is for the loading state. So let's try to access const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, initially going to be set to false. Okay, then const your match full status. So const match full comma set match full is going to be equals to use state, that's going to be equals to your game dot match full. Okay, your game is coming from the root params. So apart from that, two more states, that is for the query model visible as well as the join model visible. Let's access that as well. So I'm going to say const your query model visible comma set query model visible is going to be equals to your use state, and initially it's going to be false over here. Furthermore, your join model visible, I'm going to say const join model visible comma set join model visible is going to be equals to use state, initially false. Okay, so now let's look into the design of the return block, and let's try to design your game setup screen or the game detail screen. Here, having your safe area view, import that from React Native as such. Same thing over here, safe. This part is done, and let's try to have a scroll view over here. So within the scroll view, I'm going to have your header design. So pass in the view. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Okay, so there is some issue with respect to scroll view not imported, I guess. Add in that over here. Save. Okay, so now within the touchable opacity, we're going to have your arrow left icon. So I'm going to say arrow left, import that from Lucid React Native. As you can see, that's being shown correctly fine. Color, that is going to be equals to white, because the background is going to be a different color. Size is going to remain 24. So I'm going to say size as 24 over here. For your touchable opacity, just say on press navigation dot go back, such that it goes back to the previous screen. And over here for your view, I'm going to say class name, or for the outermost view, first of all, let's pass on the BG. It's going to have this color code, that is hashtag 294461. Okay, and I'm going to say some internal spacing, padding of 4 as well as padding bottom of 6. Yeah, so that's looking good. So for your safe area view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1 as well as a BG gray of 100. And for your scroll view, I'm going to give it some content container style, some padding bottom of 100. So padding bottom, not this one, padding bottom of 100. Save. So for this particular view, we're going to have a flex row. So I'm going to say flex of row. Apart from that, your justify of between, then items of center. So apart from your touchable opacity, we're going to have two more icons towards the rightmost part. Having a view for that, it's going to be a share to icon. Import that from Lucid React Native. Again, color white, size 24. Copy this down and let's paste it over here. The next one is going to be more vertical, save, and there you go. Just like that, it's looking fine. For this view, let's provide in a flex of row such that it comes into a row fashion. So flex row gap of 3. Just like that, it's looking pretty neat. This part is done. So let's try to initialize the next piece of the design. So here I'm going to have a text and it's going to show the sport. I'm going to say game dot your sport. As you can see, badminton, that's being shown correctly fine. Here I'm going to have a view. Within that, I'm going to have a text. I'm going to say doubles over here. Men's doubles, something like this. And yeah, first of all, let's try to give the style for the outermost view. Class name, your empty of 6, flex of row, items center, as well as a gap of 3. For your sport name, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have, text of white, text of 2XL, font of bold. So I'm going to say font bold, save the file. Alright, that's looking fine. So for this, it's going to have a different BG color, something like that. So I'm going to have it, BG of white, then some padding X of 3, padding Y of 1, rounded is going to be LG. Save. Just like that, our design is looking pretty neat. This is done. So class name for this, I'm going to say, text gray of, let's say 400 or 600, then text of small, so text SM, font of medium, and that is looking nice. Okay, and towards the rightmost part here, I'm going to have in one more view, that is for the match full design. Control Z. Okay, there is some issue. Let's come back to the previous state. Yeah, so just below this one, I'm going to say view. Here I'm going to have a text which says match full. As you can see, that is looking fine. So now below this, we're going to have your touchable opacity. I'm going to say touchable opacity, and here first of all, check the condition if at all match full is there. Yeah, we do have the state for match full. So here I'm going to have in a text initially. I'm going to check if at all match full is present, then show the icon, else show some other icon. So let's try to add in this and then let's try to save the file. There you go. It's looking good. So now let's try to style the outermost view over here. So class name, I'm going to say ML auto. So it gets pushed towards the rightmost part. I'm going to give it a flex of row. So flex row, items of center, as well as a gap of 2. Okay, and here I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of white, your text of base, and your font of medium. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. And over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be a text of white. Furthermore, text of 2XL. Okay, so yeah, this design is done. Let's try to save the file. So below this, furthermore, I'm going to have in my game.date. So I'm going to say game.date, your start time. I'm not sure if start time has been initialized. We need to, implement that. So yeah, let's try to have that state over here. I'm going to say const your start time, your end time is going to be equals to your game dot access the time, and again split it based on the hyphen, just like this, and try to map over it. Pass in the time, and then it's going to be equals to time dot trim. Okay, So if that's it, so here let's try to show in your start time value. That is just like this, and then let's try to save. So there you go, 18th of August, 19th of August as well as 1 p.m. That was the game to be played. And here I'm going to say class name. Here I'm going to say empty of 4, text of white, text of base, font of semi bold. Save. Okay, yeah, this part is looking good. So now the next step is you're gonna have your the game area, that is a venue. Once you press on that, you would be navigated to the slot screen. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. It's going to be a map pin icon. Import that from Lucid React Native. Again, color white. And size is going to be equals to 24. Okay. So for your touchable opacity over here, I'm going to say class name, empty of 4, BG green of 500, PX of 4, and then PY of 2, rounded of LG. So let's add in that, as well as the flex of row, items of center, gap of 2, width I'm going to pass in 11 by 12. Save. Okay, as you can see, that design is looking good. So below that, we're going to show your text that is containing the game.area. That is essentially your venue. I'm going to say game.area. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So class name over here, I'm going to have an text of white, as well as a text of base. Yep, that's looking good. So now let's try to add in design for the expense part. So this is mostly related to your UI design. So just below the view, I'm going to have in another view. This in turn is going to have a text. I'm just going to get the icon. You can add in that kind of icon, save the file. So yeah, something like this. And here I'm going to have in a view. Within that, I'm going to have one more text which says add expense. And below that, I'm going to have one more text which is going to say start adding your expense. Start adding your expenses to split cost among players. And below the view, we're going to have the chevron right icon. So I'm going to say chevron right. Let's try to format once over here, and let's pass on the class name for this outermost view, mx of 4, empty of 6. So I'm going to say empty 6, bg of white, some internal spacing, padding of 4, rounded of lg. That's going to have flex of row, items of center, a gap of 3. Okay, that's looking nice. So for the text, it's already given, that is the styling. Here we need to give it, so class name, it's gonna have a text of base, font of semi bold, and class name over here as well. It's gonna have text of gray of 500, as well as text of sm, empty of 1, width of 3 by 4. And there you go, just like that. It's looking good. So this is going to have a gray color. Let's pass on that. So color is going to be equals to gray. Apart from that, size, that's going to be equals to 24. All right, for some reason it's not being shown to the screen. Chevron right. Okay, so let's look into that, because we have given a flex of row for the view. So essentially it should come into a row fashion. Okay, let's look into that later. For some reason we're not able to see the arrow icon. I think it is being shown over here, not sure. So let's say class name, flex of 1. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, just add a flex of 1 and then it should be shown onto the screen. So this is done. The next one is for the banner image. I'm just going to get in the design for that. I'll be sending the link in the description. You can take a look at it. just try to import your image from React Native. Let's try to save the file. And there you go. Just like that, this design is looking pretty clean. So now the next step is for your player section. So here, having the view for that, this in turn is going to have one more view. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to say players, and here we're going to say players.length. Okay, make use of a parenthesis, and here I'm going to say your players dot length. As you can see, as of now it is 0 because let's check out the state. Yeah, because over here it's set to 0. Once when we get the players, we're going to make it look dynamic. Okay, so here for this I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of LG, font of semi-bold, and for this particular view I'm going to say class name flex of row, justify of, let's say, between items of center. Here I'm going to say one more view, mx of 4, mt of 6. It's going to have again a bg of white, p of 4, rounded of xl. Save. Okay, that's looking good. So below that we're going to say some more designs. So just below the text we're going to have a globe icon. Here I'm going to say globe, color is going to be gray, and over here I'm going to say size is going to be equals to 24. Save. And there you go, that is looking clean. So now below the view we're going to have one more piece of design. So let's add that over here. Here taking a text which is going to say you're not covered. I'm going to get in basically your emojis as well, so I'm going to leave that as is for now. So learn more, and for the view let's pass in the styling empty of 4. It's going to have flex of row, justify between items of center. So I'm just going to add it over here. Save. There you go, you're not covered, and then learn more. You can add in your own emojis, whatever you want to add. Okay, so now if at all it's loading, we're going to show loading over here. So right below your view, if loading is true, we're going to have a design. Let's write that correctly. Else we're going to have a fragment. Here if it is loading, as I said, we're going to have a text which says loading players. So loading players over here. Let's pass on the class name. This is going to say text gray of 500, text of center, empty of 4. Format over here. Okay, so furthermore we're going to have one more condition, that is if at all your players.length equals to 0, then we're going to say essentially no players is found. So here players.length equals to 0, again question mark, so here we're going to have the fragment basically, and here we're going to have again a text. Pass on the text over here. Not this one, just the normal text. Here we're going to say no players found. So no players found. Pass on the style for the text. So class name, text gray of 500, text of center, empty of 4. Here I'm going to say having a view. This view in turn is going to have in your image. Okay, so taking the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI, that's going to be equal to your game.admin URL. That's how we access it. So here pass in the class name. It's going to have a width of 16 as well as a height of 16 as well as rounded of full. Save. Okay, let's try to format once over here. Yeah, so currently it is showing no players found because we do not have an endpoint as of now to fetch the player. So once when we implement the endpoint over here, automatically this should be working properly fine. Okay, so now let's continue designing that. So apart from that, we're gonna have the host message over here that is just below your view. Just below your image, we're gonna have a couple of views. So view over here, this is gonna have one more view. This in turn is gonna have a text which is gonna say game.admin name, and then save. Okay, for this let's pass on the class name. That's going to be equals to text of base, your font of medium, and for the outermost view it's going to have a flex of row. So let's first of all design the second children. So here I'm going to have one more view which is going to say host, because this is the person who has created the game. So for this, a small design, class name, let's say bg gray of 200, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, rounded of medium. Here let's pass on the class name, text of extra small, so text XS, font of semi bold. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So below your view, that is this view, I'm gonna have one more view being passed. Here I'm gonna have in a text which says intermediate. Okay, so here having the class name, empty of 2, bg amber of let's say 300, this color code, px of 2, py of 1, rounded is going to be medium, and self of start. And for this I'm going to say class name, this in turn is going to have text of xs, font of medium, text of black. And for the topmost view I'm going to say class name, it's going to have empty of 4, flex of row, items of center, gap of 3. Okay, I think this should come for the topmost view, my bad. So let's add it over here, remove that, and then paste it over here. So for this essentially there is no design. Let's try to save the file. So for the inner view, it needs to come into a row fashion, that is this and the second view. So class name, I'm going to give it a flex of row, items of center, and a gap of 2. So we have essentially given the required style. So now the next step is we're going to map over the players if at all the players are present. Once when you implement the endpoint, this is going to be showing correctly fine. So now let's actually design this off. Okay, so right after your view, here I'm going to say map over the players. First of all, filter, because in this list, in the players list, even the admin name also would be there. Here we are already showing the admin data, so here we need to filter out the admin profile. So I'm going to say players.filter for every player over here. I'm going to say your player dot name should not be equals to your game dot admin name. Apart from that, we're going to map over it. I'm going to say dot map for every player as well as your index. Let's try to return a view, within that having the image of the player, which in turn is going to take in your source. Here is going to take in your URI, that's going to be equals to your player dot image URL. Okay, so class name, width of 16, height of 16, rounded of full. Below the image, take in a view. This in turn is going to have a text, which in turn is going to show the player dot name. So player dot name. Below that we're going to have a view. Again we're going to show the type, that is intermediate. So I'm going to say intermediate in caps. Let's pass on the class name over here. So I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have empty of 2, border, and then border orange of 400, px of 2, py of 1, rounded of md, width of 32. Okay, let's pass on the class name to this. Okay, text is going to be XS, font of semi bold, text orange of 800 or 700. Save the file. And for the name, it's going to be a text of base. So class name text of base, and it's going to have a font of medium. So font medium over here. Save the file. And for your outermost view, pass on the key. So I'm going to say key, that's going to be equals to index, and class name empty of 4, flex of row, items of center, gap of 3. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for now. So now the design comes up for the admin, or if at all they are a normal player. If it is an admin, then we're going to show some different design. If it is not admin, we're going to show just a different design based on the condition we're going to add over here. So we do have the game over here. As you can see, this is coming from the root params. Here we do have a state that is admin, is user admin. So based on that, we're gonna continue writing the condition over here. So right below your braces, I'm gonna say if at all game dot is user admin. As you can see, if it is true, then we're gonna show some design, else some other design. If it is true, let's have a fragment initially, and let's have an empty view for now. Furthermore, we're gonna look into the design of the else block. So here, if at all game dot is user admin is true, then in this case, I'm gonna have a view. I'm gonna say view over here. This in turn is gonna have in your touchable opacity, which in turn is gonna have one more view, and we're gonna have the image. So let me just get the link for the image. I'll be sending this in the description. You can take a look at it. So save the file. Okay, so for some reason game dot is user admin, it's not kind of working correctly. Let's actually check out the logs over here. I'm going to say console.log data as well as game, and there you go. So let's search for is user admin. I'm not sure if it's actually present, so let's say is user admin. Okay, so for some reason it is not being shown over here, so we need to look into that. So this essentially is coming from your calendar game card, this one. So here, yeah, let's try to log the game over there. First of all, let's remove the log over here, so it doesn't, so we don't get confused. That is, come back to game setup, comment out that for now. So for your game card, your calendar card, let's say console.log game. So essentially it should be the same details, but let's just cross check game. Let's say game details, a different name, save. So there you go. So here again, we do not have your is user admin. As you can see, no results found. So this is essentially coming from your player screen. So let's come back to your play screen.tsx. Okay, so here we are using the display games basically. So let's look into that. Where exactly is the issue? For some reason that value is not present. So we are calling this one API games upcoming as well as API games games. So let's look over there. What exactly is the issue? So game.routes.js. So as you can see, we do have that information over here is user admin, but not sure why it is not coming. And your user ID is essentially coming from the initial part, that is the request.query.user ID. Okay, so let's verify that once inside of your play screen. Yeah, so there you go. We are sending the params over here, that is user.id. Okay, so I think there is some issue with this. Probably we need to send the user ID, I guess, because in the game.routes.js it is expecting the user ID and not the user. So let's make that change over here within your play screen.tsx. I'm going to say params, again an object, and here I'm going to say user ID. Okay, my bad, that should not be a colon, it should be equals to. Okay, user ID should be equals to your user dot your ID. Hopefully now it should work. Let's give this one more try. Save the file, and there you go. Is user admin is true. Okay, so that's working absolutely fine. Yeah, so that's the way we're going to debug. But yeah, we had made a mistake over here. I mean, I had made a mistake over here. So yeah, now this is working fine. So if you come back over here, and there you go. Since it is admin, we are able to see that image onto the screen. So let's continue designing our game selection screen. I mean, game setup screen. Let's come back to this point. Yeah, so below your image, I'm gonna have a text which says add co-host. So I'm gonna say add co-host, right? Below that, I'm gonna have a chevron right icon again, color black, size is gonna be equals to 24. And for your outermost view over here, I'm gonna say class name, border T, border gray of 200, my of 4, and for your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, items center, gap of 3. Okay, and for your view, I'm going to give it a width of, let's say, 16, height of 16 as well. It's going to have a slight border gray of, let's say, 200. I'm going to give it a round of full, then justify of center as well as items of center. And there you go, just like that. The design is looking good. So for your text, that is add co-host, I'm going to say class name, give it a text of base, font of medium, and then a flex of 1. Yeah, that's looking fine. So for this view, let's provide a margin top. So I'm going to say empty of 1 or 3. Yep, that's looking nice. So below your touchable opacity, we're going to have another view being shown. I'm going to say view over here, self-enclosing tag, add in your class name. It's going to have a border top, so border T, border gray of 200, my of 4. Below that, we're going to have another view. This view in turn is going to have a touchable opacity, which in turn is going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have the image. So I'm just going to paste in the link for the image. Below that, we're going to have a text which says add. So let's give a format once and then let's try to save. So there you go. That's looking good. So for the outermost view, that is this one, it needs to come into a flex. So pass on flex of row, justify of between, items of center. For touchable opacity, class name is going to be equals to items of center. Okay, and for this inner view, I'm going to say class name, width of 16, height of 16, border gray 200, similar styling with respect to this one. Copy that down, add it over here for the view, save. Okay, that's looking nice. So for the add text, I'm going to say class name, empty of 1 or 2, text of SM, font of medium. Empty 1 is enough, I guess. Yep, that's looking good. Okay, and below that, I'm going to have the manage requests design right after your touchable opacity. I'm going to have in my another touchable opacity over here. Here, having a view, which in turn is going to have again an image. Pasting that image over here. I'll be sending all of these images in the description. You can take a look at it. Okay, so for your view, let's pass on the class name, Again, similar styling with respect to this one. Add that out. That is right over here. Save. Okay, so now below the view, I'm gonna have a text which says manage your requests dot length. So manage, initially parenthesis, parenthesis, as well as requests dot your length. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. Let's pass on the class name over here for this. So class name, this in turn is gonna have empty of 2, text of SM, and then a font of medium. Save. Yeah, that's looking good. So for your touchable opacity, items of center, that is this one, class name, items center. All right, so the view is given, the design for view is done, and even the image is done. The next one is for all players. So right below this one, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Within that, a view. We're going to have your chevron right icon again. So chevron right, color is going to be equals to black, size is going to be equals to 24. Below this particular view, I'm going to have a text which is going to show all players over here. For the visible opacity, having again class name, item center. As you can see, that's looking good. And for the view, I'm going to say class name over here. Again, similar styling as we have given for the previous views. So width of 16. So width of 16, height of 16, and the remaining other designs. Copy that down and paste it over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for your text which says all players, pass on the class name for that. So class name, empty of 2, text of SM, font of semi-bold. There you go. This design is done. So now the next step is finally some UI related design. Let's complete that. That is for your design. That is a final design with respect to your game.is user admin, if it is true. So having a view over here, this in turn is going to have your touchable opacity just like this. And over here, we're going to have in one more view. Within that, we're going to have the image. So I'm going to paste in the link for the image. So just copy down that, and below this view, I'm going to paste in 2 more texts with the style, which says not on Playo, invite, and then earn 100 comma points by referring your friend. So for the topmost part, I'm going to pass on the styling. It's going to have a border of T, that is border gray of 200, MY of 4. Then for touchable opacity, it needs to come into a row fashion. So initially class name. So I'm going to say, flex of row, items center, a gap of 3. For your view, I'm going to say class name, width of 16, height of 16, border gray of 200, rounded of full, justify of center, items of center. There you go. That's looking good. So now for the inner view, we have already given the style. That's done. Let's actually provide some margin top to this. It's almost touching that border. Let's say over here empty of 3. Okay, so essentially we have given that style. Okay, my bad. So this should essentially be a self-enclosing view. I missed that. And this over here, you can remove the bottommost view. That's not required. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Let's come back to the previous state. So you can remove this view as well as this. We can just have a single view over here. I'm going to say view, self-enclosing view, class name. It's going to have a border T, then border gray of 200, my of 4. Now as you can see, that design is looking good. Okay, so if at all they are not admin, it is just going to be all players over here. That's pretty simple. So let's try to design that. That's the final step over here. So touchable opacity, having a text which says all players. Here I'm going to say chevron right. Color is going to be equals to black. Size is going to be equals to 24. So now this design won't be seen because this particular user is the admin of the game. So once you log in with some other user who's not an admin, then in that case this design should be shown. I'm going to say empty of 4 or empty of 6, border of B, border gray of 200, padding Y of 4, flex of row, justify of between, items of center. Okay, let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So for your text, let's pass on the class name. So class name over here, text of base as well as a font of semi-bold. Save. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now the final step is for your queries section. I'm going to say having the view for that, taking a text which says queries, and it's going to have your game.queries.length, access the game, so game.queries.your length. Okay, initially it is 0, which is showing correctly. Here having a view which in turn which says a text. Here I'm going to say there are no queries yet. Queries sent by players will be shown over here. So will be shown here. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have, a text gray of 500 as well as a text of center. Here I'm going to say class name. Okay, my bad. So this should come over here. Copy this down and then add it to your text, not for the view. And for the outermost view, we're going to have empty of 4. Empty 4. Save. Okay, that's looking good. So here I'm going to say class name, initially text of LG, font of semi-bold, not bold, semi-bold. Let's pass on the design for this. So class name over here. This in turn is going to have, MX of 4, empty of 6, PG of white, some internal spacing, padding of 4, rounded of XL, margin bottom of 4. Format and then let's try to save. There you go. That's it. So this part is done. So now the next step is for the action buttons. Let's try to design that. Right below your scroll view over here, I'm going to say if not of your game dot is user admin, and there is going to be one more condition over here. We're going to add that in just a bit. Here I'm going to say and here having a view. Within that one more view, we're going to have 2 touchable opacities which says text. I'm going to say send query. We're going to have one more text which says join game over here. So I'm going to say join game. So for your outermost view, I'm going to say class name, absolute initially, bottom of 0, left of 0, right of 0, BG of white, border of top, border gray of 200, and some internal spacing, padding of 4. Okay, and for this particular view, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, justify of between, items of center. And over here, I'm going to say for the touchable opacity. So currently the button should not show because we are checking the condition that is not of game.isUserAdmin. But in this case, the user is admin. So that's the reason these two conditions should not be shown. So these buttons are only going to be shown for the user, that is who is not an admin. So class name, flex of 1, bg of white, then some internal spacing, padding of 4, rounded lg, this one, and let's say mr of 2. It's going to have a border as well as border gray of 300. For your text, let's pass on the class name over here. So class name, it's going to have text of center, text of base, font of semi bold, text gray of 700. For this one, let's say class name, it's going to have a flex of 1, bg green of 600. Alright, and then some internal spacing, padding of 4, and rounded of lg. Okay, here we need to pass in the class name, that is going to be equals to text of center. Apart from that, text of base, so I'm going to say text base, and then font of semi bold, text of white. Save. So now the next step is for your game.isUserAdmin. If it is true, then the action buttons for that. So here I'm going to say if my game.isUserAdmin is going to be true, which is true in this case. So question mark, here in the if condition, I'm going to have in a view, within that a text which says game chat, and here I'm going to check if at all user is requested. If user is requested, question mark, else it is going to be null. So let's come back over here and then let's try to define the user is requested. Requests is going to come from your state. Okay, once we implement the endpoint, all of that is going to work properly fine. So here, let's say if at all user requested is true, then we're going to have a view. Below that, a touchable opacity. We're going to have a text which says cancel request. So cancel request. Okay, so for your touchable opacity, class name, it's going to have your bg red of let's say 600, padding of 4, rounded of lg. Okay, and for this let's pass on the class name, text of center, text of white, text of base, and a font of semi bold. Okay, yep, so this part is done. So here I'm going to say class name for the game chat is again going to have your absolute positioning. So absolute, add in that your bottom of 0, left right 0 as well. bg is going to be white, border t, border gray of let's say 200, internal spacing, padding of 4. So here class name for the game chat text, it's going to come to the center part. So text of center, text of white, text base, font of semi bold. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see that button over here. So let's try to format once and then let's try to save. So over here, it should essentially be bg green. That is if at all the game.isUserAdmin is true. I think I forgot to add the touchable opacity. Let's add that over here. Save. There you go. That's looking good. So yeah, this is the essential design for your full screen of the game setup screen or the game details screen. So this part is done. So the next step is if at all we come in as a different user, That is, let's say we also navigate from the my sports as well. So let's come back to your mysports.tsx. I mean, not there, your game card. Here also let's try to navigate. So now once when we navigate, we need to be able to see both of those buttons. So let's give that a try. On press, taking a function, I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the game setup screen, and again pass in the game. It's essentially going to remain the same details. So format, and then let's try to save. Okay, I don't think it would work like that because yeah, the currently logged in person is the admin itself. So even if you go through here as well, it should essentially show the game chat. But if you log out over here and log in as another person and you go through this particular game, we should be able to see those buttons over here, that is send query as well as join game. Okay, so now the next step is let's actually try to create a different user, and we're also going to implement the model design as well. And once that is done, we're going to implement the endpoints to send a query, and also there are a lot of things to be made dynamic, that is the players details, and all of these details we're going to implement within the game.routes.js. First of all, check in the endpoints, as well as once that's done, make use of those endpoints within the screen and then show the details. So let's look into that. First step is let's try to create a new user. Apart from that, design the models, then look into the endpoints part. So just created a new user as of now. So if you check out the play tab now, and then if you go into your card, and there you go. So since this particular person is not a admin of the game, we're able to see send query as well as join game. Whereas in the previous state, that particular person was the admin and we were able to see the game chat. Okay, so now let's come back to your game selection screen, I mean game setup screen, and we're gonna design the model. So the stage for the model is already been defined, that is query model visible as well as the join model visible. So let's try to define both of them over here, that is just below this condition. So we need to install React Native models for that, or just React Native model. I hope that's installed. Yeah, React Native model is installed. We're going to make use of that, and then we're going to implement this. So let's come back over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say model, import that from React Native model, and here let's pass on some options. I'm going to say is visible. So before we write some of the options, let's try to import it over here. Okay, so I'm going to say is visible is going to be equals to your query model visible, and I'm going to say on back drop press is going to be equals to taking a function, and I'm going to say set your query model visible to be a false. All right, and I'm going to say on back button press, we're going to take in a function just like this, and we're going to say set your query model visible to be of false. All right, apart from this, I'm going to say your swipe direction, that is going to be equals to down as of now, and on swipe complete, again we're going to make it to be false. So taking a function, and over here I'm going to say set your query model visible to be of false. I'm going to say animation in, that is going to be equals to slide in up, this one, then animation out, here I'm going to say slide out down, that is just like this. And let's pass on some internal styling. So I'm going to say style, your margin is going to be of 0, as well as your justify content of flex end. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so let's first of all initialize the design within this. I'm going to have in a view within the model. Here I'm going to have another view, which in turn is going to say text, access the admin name. I'm going to say game.admin name has put in or has been putting efforts to organize this game. I'm going to say please send a query if you have any questions. Okay, so let's try to format once over here. and below the text I'm gonna have a view. Within this view I'm gonna have my text input. Import that from React Native. So the state for this is already been defined. Okay, that is your query as well as set query. Okay, let's check that out once. So yeah, query, okay, it's on there, my bad. Let's add that over here. So const query comma your set query is going to be equals to your use state and initially an empty string. So let's scroll on over here and let's pass on the value. So your value is going to be equals to your query. I'm going to say on change text is going to be equals to your set query. Apart from that, your placeholder, that's going to be equals to send a query to the host. I'm going to say multi-line over here and I'm going to pass on the class name, that is, let's say text of base as well as flex of 1. So now let's come down to the point where we have the button and I'm just going to set it to be true. So where is send query, here access the touchable opacity on press over here. I'm going to say set query model visible to be of true. Save the file. Let's give that a try. And there you go. We're able to see something onto the screen. So we just need to style it out a bit. So let's try to target the view over here. I'm going to say class name initially. It's going to have, a BG of white. Apart from that, rounded, top 2XL, some internal spacing and a specific height of 96. And then save. And there you go. Just like that, the design is looking good. So it says the game.admin name, that is Sujan Anand, has been putting efforts to organize the game. Please send a query if you have any questions. Yeah, that's being shown correctly, fine. So for the inner view, I'm gonna have a class name, basically width of 12, let's say height of 1, your BG gray of let's say 300, rounded is gonna be full. I'm gonna say MX auto, MB of 4. Let's remove this for now and we're gonna style out the text. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's actually have in one more text. I forgot to add that. This should say send query. So for this, I'm going to say, class name over here. This in turn is going to have a text of base, font of let's say medium, and a text gray of 600 or 500. Let's try to save the file once. Yeah, that's being shown to the screen, which is good. And for this, let's pass on the class name. I'm going to say class name empty of 6 as well as text gray of 500. You can actually put it to center. So I'm going to say text of center. Actually, we can make it black instead of gray since that's the heading. And I think the margin is a bit high. 4 is enough. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine for now. So below that, we're going to have the text input. So let's pass on the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name initially empty of let's say 3, and then border, it's going to have a border gray of let's say 200. Rounded is going to be LG, some internal spacing padding of 3, height of 48. And there you go. Just like that, this design is looking nice. And the final one is for the touchable opacity to send the query. There is a button for that. So touchable opacity, take in a text which is going to say send query. All right, and let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have BG gray of 600, some internal spacing padding of 3, rounded of LG, flex of row, justify of let's say center, items of center as well as a gap of 2. Let's give a format once and let's try to save the file. And there you go, that's looking good. So now let's pass on the class name for this. So class name This in turn is going to have a text of white as well as text of base, a font of medium. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So now the next step is for your join model visible. That is, if at all you want to join the game, you need to open that model up. So again, below this, one more model for that. So model. Within this, again, we're going to have a bunch of options. So I'll be adding the similar options over here. You can take a look at it. There is visible, on backdrop press, on back button press, and all of these options. So for these ones, we're just going to say set the join model visible to be of false. Okay. So let's start designing this. Again, it's going to remain similar. So having a view over here. So we can actually try to copy down the same thing and then we can make the changes because the design is going to remain essentially the same. So copy that view and we're going to enter it over here. So instead of send query, it's going to say join game. So join game, and so again same thing, this text is going to remain as is. We're going to have the text input. We need to initialize the state. I'm going to get in the comment over here. I'm going to say const comment comma set comment is going to be equals to use state initially an empty string. Let's scroll down. Let's make the change for the value. So your value is going to be equals to comment on change text. It's going to be equals to your set comment, and here I'm going to say send a message to the host. Along with your request. Save. So let's give this a try. Let's come down to this point where we have this join game button. So here initialize on press, take in a function, and over here I'm going to say set your join model visible to be of true. And there you go, join game. We have this and we have the button as well. So we just need to say send request instead of send query. Here it's going to say send request. Save. Okay, so this design is completely done. That is for this particular screen. Now we need to design endpoint and then we need to make it work. That is for the endpoint. So let's head back to your game.routes.js and we're gonna define endpoint for sending a request, for getting all of the players, and we're going to show that over there. The design has already been done. We just need to implement the endpoint part. So let's come back to your game.routes.js. First of all, the first endpoint now we're going to define is to get players for a specific game such that this becomes visible. So scroll down and over here I'm going to say router dot apply the get method. It's going to be forward slash your game forward slash your game ID forward slash your players. Okay, so this in turn is going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Here getting a try catch block. So try catch of error. I'm just going to say console dot error fetching players. So error fetching players with that particular error. And over here I'm going to say result.status of 500 dot json with a message being failed to fetch players with that particular error message. I'm going to say error is going to be equals to error dot message. Okay, now within the try block we need access to the game ID. So I'm going to say const game ID is going to be equals to your request dot params, and I'm going to say const game is going to be equals to, or we're going to make use of the find by ID method, access the game model. I'm going to say game dot find by ID of your game ID, and if at all no game is found we cannot implement this. So we're gonna write a response. So if not of game, then in this case I'm going to say return your result dot status of, let's say, 400 or 404 dot JSON with a message being game is not found. All right, so yeah, that's it. And over here I'm going to say const player users. So const player users is going to be equals to await user dot apply the find method, and we're going to find based on the clerk ID. I'm going to say $in operator, so this should match in the players, and from this we're going to get in all of the required details. So let's format once over here. So below this I'm going to say const players is going to be equals to your player users dot apply the map method for every user over here. I'm going to get in the required values that we want as of now. That is your underscore ID, that is going to be equals to your user dot clerk ID. That's how we access it. Furthermore, your image URL, it's going to be equals to your user dot image, and the name, that's going to be equals to dollar user dot your first name as well as dollar user dot last name. Okay, that's it for now, and you can say dot trim over here. Let's format over here. So these are the required details, and we're going to send to the front end part. So I'm going to say directly result dot status of, let's say, 200 dot JSON of your players. Let's give a format once and let's try to save the file. Yeah, so this is the complete endpoint for getting players for a specific game. The next one is sending the join request. Let's even define that. Here I'm going to say router.post method, because we need to post the comment. It's going to be / your game ID, that's a dynamic value, / your request. Okay, again it's going to be async method with a request and the response in the callback. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. So catch of error over here, I'm going to say console.error. Here I'm going to say error sending join request with that particular error message. Okay, here I'm going to say result dot your status of 500 dot JSON with a message being failed to send request. Okay, so within the try block, to send a request we need access to a bunch of things. That is a game ID, that is to that particular game ID we need to send the request, as well as the comment, as well as the user who's sending the request. So I'm going to say const game ID is going to be equals to your request dot params, then const user ID comma your comment is going to be equals to your request dot body. Here I'm going to say if not of your user ID or if not of comment, then here we're going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being user ID and comment are required. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So here I'm going to say const game is going to be equals to await access the game model. I think game model is already imported. Yeah, that's there, which is good. So here I'm going to say game dot find by ID of your game ID. Okay, here I'm going to say if not of game, then again return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with a message being game not found. All right, Here, furthermore, I'm going to access the user part as well and check the condition for that. So I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say user dot find one, and we're going to find based on the clerk ID that should match the user ID that's coming from the request.params. If not of user, again we're going to return the conditions. So here I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot your JSON with a message being user not found. Okay, here I'm going to first of all check if at all the game dot players or includes your user ID, then in that case user is already in the game, we cannot send the request. Okay, so if your game dot the players dot includes of your user ID, then in this case we cannot actually send the request because the user is already there in the game. Okay, so return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being user already exists. Okay, and so now the next step is we're also going to check the requests for that particular game. If at all the user ID exists, then in that case we're going to send the message that is request is already sent. So here I'm going to say if my game, so I'm going to say if my game dot access the requests array over here, if game dot requests dot sum, so for every request over here, if your request dot your user ID is going to be equals to your user ID, then in this case I'm going to say return result dot your status of 400 dot JSON with a message being request already sent. Okay, so these are some of the conditions we're going to check before sending a request, so that multiple requests don't get sent by the same person. So below this I'm going to say game dot access the requests over here dot push, and we're going to push basically your user ID, your comment, the status that's going to be pending by default, and we're going to save the game. I'm going to say await your game dot save. Okay, so that's it. So apart from that, I'm going to say result dot your status of 200 dot JSON with a message being request sent successfully. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So yeah, actually let's try to implement it. So we have defined two endpoints. Let's first of all come back to your game selection screen, and my bad, not game selection, game setup screen, and we're going to first of all implement the endpoint for the players over here. So I'm going to come back to your game setup screen, and here let's try to initialize the use effect over here, and we're going to call the endpoint. I'm going to say use effect, import that from React as such, and over here it's going to run on the initial mount. Here let's try to define the function that is const fetch data. So I'm going to say const fetch data is going to be equals to async function. Okay, so here let's try to have in your try catch block, so try as well as catch of error, and over here let's try to log the error. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Within your try block, let's try to access the player response, initially set loading to be of true. I'm going to say const player response is going to be equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot get method, there's going to be a URL http, then localhost 3001 in our case, 3001, and then it's going to be / your API / games / your game ID. That's going to be dynamic. So to access that, it's going to be equals to your game dot underscore ID, that is a small I itself, as well as / your players. Okay, once this is done, you can just directly try to set the players. That's coming from the backend part. So here I'm going to say set your players to be of your players response dot the data over here. Okay, so let's also implement the second part, but I don't think we have the endpoint for that. That is for fetching all of the requests. So for now, let's implement just this. Okay, so here finally let's try to access the block. So finally over here I'm going to say set loading to be of false over here, and let's try to call the function. I'm going to say if my game dot underscore ID is present, then only go ahead and then call the function. Else, for some reason, if at all this is not present, it would error out and it won't work. So here I'm going to say if game.id, just call the function that is fetch data, that is like this, and else over here I'm going to say console.error no game ID provided. All right, and here I'm going to say alert dot your alert error as well as invalid game data. Invalid game data. So you can try to import alert from React Native over here. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so we do have an issue. It says Axios error, request failed, status code 404. Okay. First of all, let's check if at all the game ID is present. I'm going to say console.log data as well as your game dot your underscore ID. So yeah, there you go. We do have that present over here, but yeah, let's check out the endpoint, that is the route. So it's going to be equals to your game ID as well as players, and over here within the index.js is going to be equals to, let's minimize this. Yeah, it's going to be equals to API games. So essentially it should be API games and then game ID. So let's verify that. So it should be game ID. Okay, I think it's wrong. So let's verify that one more time. I'm forgetting the name. So here, as you can see, it is API games, and over here it is after games we have game ID. So here it should be games. Yeah, we forgot to add the game over here. Let's try to save the file, and there you go. Just like that, no errors, and even over here you're able to see the output, that is me myself, I am the host. Okay, now this is working fine because the route was wrong. Basically that's the reason it was not working fine. So you can make that change, and there you go, it's working properly fine. That is, we're able to see all of the players being shown. So now let's try to implement the send request for joining a game of any particular user who has created a game. So let's come down over here, and I'm going to say send join request. So over here, for visible opacity on, press send join request. All right, let's try to define the function send join request onto the top of the screen over here. I'm going to say const send join request is going to be equals to async function. So let's try to implement this again, having your try catch block. So try as well as catch of error and log the error over here. So console.log error with that particular error message. Within your try block over here, I'm gonna initialize my response. I'm gonna say const response is going to be equals to await axios.your post method. Let's pass in your URL http localhost 3001 / your API / your games / your game ID. So it's going to be $game.id as well as your request. Here let's pass in your two things, that is your user ID as well as your comment over here. So user ID is not defined, I guess, so we need to get that from your clerk. Let's define that if it's not yet defined. Const user ID is going to be equals to user.id. Okay, so that's it for now. So this part is done, and then if at all the response is 200, then we're going to show the alert message over here. So below this, I'm going to check if my response dot your status is going to be equals to 200. Then in this case, I'm going to say alert dot alert request sent, and I'm going to say please wait for the host to accept. And here I'm just going to add in the remaining blocks, that is for canceling as well as closing the model basically. Okay, so fetch requests is not yet present, so let's try to comment that down. Save the file. Let's give this a try. Join game. I'm going to say, can I join your game? Can I join your game? Question mark, and then send request. And there you go, request sent. Please wait for the host to accept. Okay, the model is going to get closed. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we need to write an endpoint for accepting a request as well as canceling a request. So let's write both of that. Come back again to your routes game.routes.js, and over here I'm going to say, first of all, for the cancel, I'm going to say router.post. It's going to be / your game ID / your cancel request. Okay, so this in turn is going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Okay, here let's have in a try catch block. So try catch of, let's say, error over here. Here let's try to log it. I'm going to say console dot error. I'm going to say error cancelling the request with that particular error, and I'm going to say result dot your status of 500 dot JSON with a message being failed to cancel request. Alright, so within the try block over here, let's try to access two things, that is the game ID as well as the user ID. These things are required for this endpoint. So const game ID is going to be equals to request dot params. Here const user ID is going to be equals to your request dot body. If not of user ID, we cannot implement this. So I'm going to send a message stating that return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being user ID is required. Okay, and here I'm going to say const game. Again, check the condition. First of all, find the game. I'm going to say await game dot find by ID of your game ID. So here if not of game, then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with a message being game is not found. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And I'm going to first of all calculate the request index. I'm going to say const request index is going to be equals to your game, access the requests array where the user ID is put in, and I'm going to say find the index Okay, so for every request over here, I'm going to say your request dot your user ID should be equals to the user ID present over here. That's coming from the front end part. Okay, here I'm going to write the condition that is if at all equals to -1, then that means it is not found. Okay, so let's wait for the format to happen. All right, so here I'm going to say if my request index is equals to -1, then over here in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being no request found for this user. Okay, then furthermore I'm just going to say game dot your requests dot apply the splice method, and we're gonna have in your request index as well as up to 1. Then I'm gonna say await your game dot save. So we are essentially doing this to remove that particular value. Okay, and I'm gonna say request cancelled successfully. Here I'm gonna say result dot status of 200 dot JSON with a message being request cancelled successfully. Save the file. So that's it. Now let's also write the endpoints to accept the join request. So in this case we just need to push the ID into the players array, as well as we just need to remove the ID from the requests array. So let's actually verify the backend if it's working fine or not. I'm going to search for MongoDB over here. So let's essentially come back to the clusters as well as your browse collections, and you should be seeing the list over here. Let's come back to games. We should check out the requests array, and there you go, one person has requested. Okay, can I join your game? Pending, and the user ID. Okay, so this part is working fine. So let's quickly write the endpoint for accepting the request. I'm going to say router dot again your post method. It's going to be equals to / your accept, having your async method with request and the response in the callback. Here having your try catch block. So try catch of errors, I'm going to say console.log error, that particular error message, and we're going to say result dot your status of, let's say, 400 or 500 dot JSON with a message being failed to accept request. Okay, so now within the try block, I'm going to have in 3 things, that is your game ID, user ID, as well as the admin ID. So const game ID comma your user ID comma admin ID is going to be equals to request dot body. Here I'm going to check if not of game ID or I'm going to say not of user ID or not of admin ID. Then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being game ID, user ID, and your admin ID are required. Okay, so this part is done. So let's try to access the game. I'm going to say const game is going to be equals to await access the game model dot again find by ID of your game ID. So here if not of game, then just try to say game is not found. Just copy that condition and then add it over here. Then here I'm going to say if my game dot admin is not equals to the admin ID. Then in this case, I'm going to say return result dot status of 403 dot JSON with a message being only admins can accept it. Only admins can accept requests. Okay, here I'm going to say const again access your request index. It's going to be equals to game dot requests dot apply the find index method for every request. If your request dot your user ID is going to be equals to your user ID. Okay, so if at all it's equals to -1, then I'm just going to say no request found for the user. Similar condition. So here the next step is I'm going to say game dot your requests. Now this one requests dot apply the splice method over here, and we're going to splice for the request index as well as 1. Here I'm going to say if not of game dot players dot includes of the user ID. Then in this case I'm going to say game dot players dot apply the push method, and we're going to push the user ID into it so that this user becomes the part of the game. And finally I'm going to say await game dot save. Format over here. So yeah, apart from that I'm going to say result dot your status of 200 dot JSON with a message being request is accepted successfully. Okay, so yep, let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So let's again come back to the game selection screen, and I think there is one more endpoint that we need to write, that is to fetch all of the requests. I'm not sure if that's already written. So yeah, let's also write for that as well, that is to get the requests for a particular game. So it's going to be router. It's going to have your get method. So router.get. Here I'm going to say your dynamic game ID / your requests. Here we're going to have your async with the request as well as the response. Here let's try to access your try as well as catch. So catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.error fetching requests with that particular error. And over here I'm going to say result dot your status of 500 dot JSON with a message being failed to fetch requests. Okay, so now within your try block, let's try to access the game ID to fetch the request details. I'm going to say const game ID is going to be equals to your request dot params. I'm going to say const game is going to be equals to wait game dot your find by ID method of your game ID. Okay, so here I'm going to check if at all not of game, then just try to return game is not found over here. All right, then here I'm going to say const requests is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say promise.all. Here I'm going to say game dot requests dot apply the map. So for every request over here, I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await your user dot apply the find one method, and here we're going to find based on your clerk ID. That's going to be equals to your request dot user ID. Okay, and here we're going to return the required details. I'm going to say return an object your user ID. That's going to be again same request dot your user ID. Furthermore, I'm going to say comment. That's going to be equals to your request dot your comment. Then status, that's going to be equals to request dot status. Furthermore, your name, if user is present, then taking your backticks, it's going to be equals to your user dot first name dollar user dot your last name. Else I'm just going to say unknown for now. And your image URL, that is also required, so I'm going to say image URL. This is going to be equals to user dot image. Okay, that's it. Let's try to return the requests over here. I'm going to say result dot status of, let's say, 200 dot your JSON of all of your requests. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so yeah, this step is done. So now let's come back to the game setup screen and then define all of these endpoints over here. So first of all, I'm going to log out and then log in as the admin, that is other user. So log out, and then already have an account, log in. So I'm going to add in my other account, that is basically our admin account. Enter the password and then sign in. And there you go. So currently it's working fine. So here within your use effect, let's come back to your game setup screen. So within your use effect, right below your player response, I'm gonna have my request response. Here I'm gonna say const request response is gonna be equals to await axios dot get method. Here pass in your URL, that is going to be http localhost 3001 / your API / your games / your game dot underscore ID / your requests. Okay, so that's it. Once this is done, I hope the state is set for requests. Yeah, it's there over here. Then just directly try to set the requests over here. I'm going to say set requests to be of your request data or request response dot your data. All right, let's try to save the file. Let's come back to, let's say, play, and this one. Okay, so this would come to this particular screen. Let's come back to your calendar and then go over here. Okay, so that's weird. For some reason, even though I'm logged in as the admin, it is showing this send query as well as join game. So let me actually check out the backend. That is what exactly is the other user's email. So let's come back to users over here. Yeah, so there you go. This is the correct email, but for some reason I'm not able to see the properties or the buttons that the admin should actually see, right? So let's try to log in the game ID. I mean, not the game ID, your user ID, or basically game dot is user admin. Oh, okay. So it is undefined for some reason. So that's the reason we're able to see these two buttons. So yeah, let's actually check this out. Why exactly it's giving undefined. So let's come back to play screen over here. So let's actually check is user admin. So there you go. It is true, right? But yeah, but over here the same essential data is being passed to your calendar game card as well as your game card. But for some reason, is user admin is not correctly being shown. Okay, now it's working. Not sure why it didn't work the other time. Okay, so yeah, let's continue this. Let's again reload once and then let's check it out if it's actually working. So let's again come back to your play tab. Okay, so some issue with the play screen, I guess. That's the reason it's kind of erroring out. So, okay. Yeah, I think we need to look into the issue. So that needs to be fixed first. So let's actually check out where exactly we are calling it. For now, let's uncomment this for the use focus effect. So inside of fetch games, alright, so I was able to fix that out, but I had to, do a different kind of turnaround, because even for the second one, I added the params. Okay, because for some reason, once when we used to go to the play screen, of course, my sports was selected and this was getting triggered off this endpoint, and this endpoint, didn't consist of your is user admin. But even though once you press on calendar, yeah, and that's the reason, like, once you're there in a my sports screen itself, and once you press on this, that particular button was not being shown. So just try to add this as well within your params endpoint, and make the change over here in the games.route.js as well. That is, even in your / games, try to add that value, that is your is admin is user admin, and get in the user id from request.query.user id. Okay, that's the only change, and this should work now. So if you come back over here, there you go, the game chat is being shown. So also you can see over here, manage request.length, it is being shown correctly fine. That is, the other person who had sent the request, that is being shown over here, which is good. Okay, so now if you press on this particular screen, that is a manage button, not the screen, basically this particular icon, we should be navigating to a new screen, that is the manage request screen, and there the user can delete or accept the request. That is basically the admin. So press on screens, new file, I'm going to say manage request screen, or manage requests.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Let's come back to your play stack navigator, include this over here. I'm going to say manage, you can give in any name you want to add. Here the component render is going to be manage requests.tsx. okay, basically import that from the screens folder. Save the file. So let's come back to the point where we have your manage over here. I'm going to say game setup screen. So where it is saying manage, here we're going to initialize a on press event. Let's just search for manage over here, and here I'm gonna navigate. So press on the touchable opacity, on the touchable opacity, have in your on press. Here we are going to say navigation.navigate to manage. So navigation.navigate to your manage, and here we're going to pass in a bunch of details, that is your user ID as well as your game ID. I'm going to say game ID, that is going to be equals to your game._id. Let's try to format once, and let's try to save the file. So let's try to initialize the design for this manage request screen. So as you saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to have all of the requests being shown, and once they accept, they're going to go into the players tab. So come back to manage request.tsx. Let's initialize some basic state that is required. So initially your option, I'm going to say const option comma set option is going to be equals to use state, import use state from React. Here we're going to have a bunch of options: requests, invited, furthermore playing, and here I'm going to say retired, and initially it would be pointing to requests. So I'm going to say requests over here. All right, and the next one is for the state for the requests. I'm going to say const requests comma set requests is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty array. So first let's try to define the interface over here for the request. I'm going to say interface request user ID, that's going to be a string, comment of string as well, status string, furthermore name string, image URL string. Okay, interface player and underscore id string, furthermore name string, image URL string. All right, so yeah, these are the required things for now. Let's try to format once. So yeah, here it's going to be of type request, so I'm going to say request over here. So just like this. Furthermore, your players, I'm going to say const players comma set players is going to be equals to use state. So this is going to be of type player. Okay, so here furthermore I'm going to say loading, const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, and initially it's going to be set to be true. Okay, and I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to your use route, import use route from React navigation correctly, and I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to use user from clerk expo. All right, and I'm going to say const game id is going to be equals to, I'm going to say route dot params as game id of type string dot your game id. Let's write that properly, game id. Okay, so yeah, that's it for now. So now let's try to define the fetch requests function. I'm going to say const fetch requests is going to be equals to async function, and over here I'm going to have in my try catch block, so try catch of error, I'm going to say console dot error with that particular error message, and within your try block initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot get method, pass in your URL over here, that's going to be http. So here error spelling is wrong. Yeah, so http localhost 3001 in our case /API /games, then your game id / your requests. Okay, once we have the data, then directly set it. I'm going to say set requests to be of response.data. Let's try to call the function within a use effect. Before that, let's also try to define the players. I'm not sure if we have already defined the endpoint for that. So game.routes.js. Let's just check / players. Yeah, so we do have it for the players as well. So let's implement that. So below your fetch requests, I'm going to say fetch players. So const fetch players is going to be equals to async function, and over here I'm going to say again try catch block catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error error fetching players with that particular error. So now within the try block, I'm going to initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot your get method, passing your URL http localhost 3001 /API /games / your game id / players. Okay, furthermore I'm going to say set players to be of response.data. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to initialize use effect, then fetch the data on mount. That's what you're going to do. Use effect, import that from React properly. So it's going to run on the mount. So empty dependency array, I'm going to say const fetch data is going to be equals to async function. Okay, I'm initially going to say set loading to be of true, and I'm going to say await make use of promise dot all method, pass in those two functions, that is your fetch requests as well as your fetch players. Okay, here I'm going to say set loading to be a false. That is just like this. And here I'm going to check the condition that if at all my game ID is present, then only go ahead and then call the function. Otherwise, for some reason, it might error out. So that's the reason I'm going to check both the condition. If my game ID and my user dot ID is present, then call the function that is fetch data. Okay, and here I'm going to say else console dot error missing game ID or user ID, and here again set loading to be a false. And this also is going to be dependent upon those two things, game ID as well as user ID. Okay, so false. So pass on these two things, game ID from the root params, furthermore your user dot ID. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Let's press on this. Alright, so we do have an issue. It says error fetching players, but not sure why exactly it's erroring out. But for some reason this is kind of erroring out. So let's actually check where exactly we have made the mistake. So your game.routes.js, so it's going to be equals to game ID players. So let's check that out, game ID players. So manage requests over here, API games, yeah, game is missing, my bad. So game ID players, save, and there you go, no issues, which is fine. So now let's look into the return block, that is the design part. So initially again, let's make use of our save area view. I'm going to say save area view, import save area view from React Native as such, class name initially I'm going to say flex of 1, bg gray of 50 or 100, whatever you may give it. Yeah, that's looking cool. So here let's design the header part. Take in a view, within that one more view. Here we're going to have your touchable opacity. So import touchable opacity from React Native properly. This in turn is going to have your arrow left icon. Import that from Lucid React Native. Color white, because the background is going to remain a different color. So size is going to be 24 over here. Save. Okay, so for the outermost view, let's pass on the class name. This in turn is going to have bg of this color code, that is hashtag 223536. Some padding x of 4, pt of 4, and then a padding bottom of 3. Save. There you go. That design is looking nice. So furthermore, for this, for the touchable opacity, below that we're going to have one more icon, that is a plus square icon. Copy that down and change the icon. I'm going to say plus square, save. Plus square doesn't exist. All right, yeah, now it came. Reload the app. So again, play, come back to this, manage requests, and there you go. That's looking good. So let's come back to the view and give it a flex of row, so it comes into a row fashion. So I'm going to say class name over here. So yeah, flex of row, justify between items of center. Okay, so that's it for now. So below the view, we're going to have another view which says manage. Here text, I'm going to say manage. So class name for this, it's going to have a white color. So essentially text of white, text of Excel, and a font of semi-bold. Okay, so that's looking good. So now below that, I'm going to say the match full toggle, the design for that. So touchable opacity again. We're going to have a text which says match full. Below that, I'm going to have again, this color is going to be white. So color is white over here, and your size is going to be 24. toggle right is not imported, so I'm going to say toggle right. Save. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. So for the view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row. Okay, justify of between, item center, empty of 4. And for your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name. This also again a row fashion design, so flex of row, item center, gap of 2. So for the match full, I'm going to say class name is going to be equals to let's say text of white, text of base. So let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So yeah, that's it. This is looking nice. So now let's try to give all of the options. So right below this particular view, that is within the background itself, I'm going to say view over here. So this view in turn is going to map over all of the strings. So pass in the strings over here. So here I'm going to say requests invited, playing, retired, dot map. So for every tab, here I'm going to say a touchable opacity. Here having a text and show the tab. Okay, so as you can see, that is looking good. So let's pass on the key. So now for your touchable opacity, let's provide in the class name. I'm going to say class name over here, initially backticks. So it's going to have a text of base, font of semi bold, text of center, and dollar some conditional styling. If my option is equals to your tab, then it's going to be equals to text green of 500, else text white. Let's format once, save the file. Okay, my bad. So this should come to your text, not the touchable opacity. So remove that, and then for the text, save. So there you go. Since by default request is selected, we're able to see that onto the screen. For your touchable opacity, give it a flex of 1. So here I'm going to say class name and then a flex of 1. So for your view, we need to give it a row fashion. So here I'm going to say class name, flex of row, justify let's say between, and empty of 3. Okay, a wrong spelling of row. All right, so as you can see, that's looking good. So this part is done. So now the next step is for your tab over here, we're going to have one more condition, that is for the players. Okay, so if tab equals to requests, then how many requests are present, else if tab equals to playing, then how many players are present. Save. As you can see, request is 1, that is the other person who has sent request to this particular game. Playing is 1, that is the person itself, that is admin itself is the player. So that's the reason it's showing as 1, which is correct itself. So now let's try to design the content over here. So right below your view, I'm going to have my scroll view being shown. So I'm going to say scroll view. Within that, I'm going to have a condition stating that if at all loading is true, then here I'm going to show a view which says a text and loading over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say first of all initialize a fragment. So for some reason scroll view is erroring out. Yeah, it is imported. Yeah, now it got imported, which is fine. So for the text, I'm going to say class name, text gray of let's say 500 or 400, text of center, and empty of 10. So for the view, there is no styling. Yeah, there is styling, my bad. So I'm going to say class name, initially a flex of 1, let's say justify of center, items of center as well, and empty of 10. Save. So there you go. You were able to see that loading for a second and then it went off. So here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my option is equals to requests, which is true in the first case, and we're going to show the data, that's the person who has sent the request. I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a condition stating that if at all my requests dot length is equals to 0 question mark, else over here I'm going to map over it. So here I'm going to say text no pending requests. Here I'm going to map over it. I'm going to say requests dot map. So for every item as well as index, I'm going to show a view over here. Not over there. Here I'm going to have another view. So let's write that properly. Yeah, so within this view we're going to have the image. I'm going to say image, import image from React Native as such. This in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI, that is going to be equals to item dot your image URL. Let's pass in the class name for now. Width of 12, height of 12 as well, rounded full, MR of 3, and there you go. Just like that, this is the person who sent the request, which is being shown correctly fine. Okay, so I didn't add a new image, I just chose an image from that list itself while registering, so that's the reason it's being shown correctly fine. So below the image we're going to have a view that is over here. So add in the ending tag. So here I'm going to have a text, which in turn is going to show the item dot name. So I'm going to say item dot name. Below that I'm going to have in a view for that intermediate design. So here I'm going to say text, I'm going to say intermediate, everything in caps, intermediate. Yeah, I think the spelling is right. So format once, save. As you can see, that's the person name who is currently logged in, who's currently sent the request. So class name over here for the intermediate design, it's going to have a border, and border orange of let's say 400, rounded of full, padding x of 3, padding y of 1, empty of 2 as well as self of start. Save. So yeah, that's looking fine. So now for the view I'm going to give it a flex of 1. So class name flex 1, and for this particular view here I'm going to say class name, having a BG of white, then rounded of XL, some internal spacing padding of 4, MB of 4 as well as shadow of SM. So again, let's come back over here and you should be able to see that. Yeah, so that's looking good. So for your view over here, I'm going to say key is going to be equals to index. For this view, class name, we're going to give it flex of row as well as items of center. So there you go, that is looking fine. So below that, if any comment is being given, so show the comment that is right below this particular view. I'm going to say text item dot comment. So there you go, it says can I join your game? So it should come below over here, not there exactly. Yeah, somewhere over there. So class name, this is going to be equals to text gray of 600. So let's add that over here as well as an empty of 2. Yep, that's looking cool. So now apart from that, it's going to have a divider kind of design. So having a view, here I'm going to say class name, okay, and BG gray of 200 and a margin Y of 3. There you go, that's looking clean. This part is done. So now the next step is some UI related design as well as the retire as well as the accept button. I'm just going to add that over here right below the divider. So I've just pasted in the code for this. Let's comment this out for now. So there you go, 0 no shows, that's for the design part. See reputation, retire button as well as the accept button. So once they press on accept, we need to be triggering off this function that is accept request of that particular user ID, and then we're gonna implement it. So that's what is going to be the next step. Or we can actually try to show the next design as well, that is right below this one. I'm going to say if my option is equals to playing and I'm going to have in a view. Within this, again, similar condition, if at all my players dot length is going to be equals to 0 question mark. Here I'm going to have in a text which is going to say no players yet. Here I'm going to say players dot map for every item as well as index. Here I'm going to have in my view. Within this view, I'm going to have in my image, that's the person's image who's there in the game. This in turn is going to take in source, which in turn is going to take in URI. Again, it's going to remain similar, item dot image URL. All right. Here, class name for the same, so that we could see it onto the screen. Width of 14 and a height of 14 as well. Rounded is going to be full. MR of 3. Okay. Yep. So that's it. So below that, we're going to have one more view. I'm going to say view over here. So within this view, I'm going to have a text which is going to show the item dot name. All right. So I don't think we have set the on press, so that's the reason it's not working. So here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and I'm going to say set option to be of the tab. Save. Playing. So there you go. That's working fine. I'm the admin and it is showing the correct result. So here for the text, I'm going to say class name. This is essentially going to have, text gray of 800 and a font of semi bold. Okay. And below the text, we're going to have a view. Within that, I'm going to have a text. Here I'm going to say intermediate. Pass on the class name for this. Border orange of, let's say, 400. Okay. Then I'm going to say rounded of full. Px of 3. Padding y of 1. Empty of 2. As well as self of start. Similar styling that we gave previously. So just try to add that over here. Save. Okay. For the intermediate text, it's going to have a text of extra small. So class name over here, I'm going to say text xs, text orange of 400. As you can see, that's looking pretty clean. So for the view, I'm going to say key is going to be equals to index. And here class name for the same. So class name, this in turn is going to have, a BG of white. Apart from that, I'm going to say rounded of XL. Some internal spacing padding of 4. Margin bottom of, let's say, 3. And a shadow of SM. Flex of row. Items of center. And there you go. That's looking good. Okay. So yeah, that's the basic styling for the players part. And if at all option equals to invited, then just show in some hard-coded value for now. I'm going to say if my option is going to be equals to invited, I'm going to say and for now I'm just going to show a text which says no invited players. So no invited players. Pass on the class name over here. So class name, this is going to say text gray of 500, text of center, empty of 10. Save. Okay, that's it. Similarly, copy down this. The next one is going to be for your retired. So the last tab, basically, I'm going to say retired. And here I'm going to say no retired players. save. Okay, everything is done. This part is complete. So now let's try to uncomment that function, that is accept request, and we're gonna define that over here. So let's press on that, or let's try to uncomment it. So we already have the endpoint for that. We have designed it previously. Here I'm going to say const accept request. This in turn is going to be async function, which in turn is going to take in your user ID of type string, and over here having your try catch blocks. Try catch of error, I'm going to say console.error failed to accept the request with that particular error message, whatever it is. And over here let's try to access the response. So const response is going to be equals to await axios dot, it's going to be the post method, which in turn is going to take in your URL, that is http localhost 3001 /API / your games / your accept. Here pass in your game ID, pass in your user ID as well, pass in your admin ID as well. That's going to be user.id. So these are the three things that needs to be passed for this request as the body. Here I'm going to say if my response dot my status is going to be equals to 200. So if this is true, then that means the user is accepted to the game. That means we need to again call the fetch players. I'm going to say await fetch requests as well as await fetch players. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this a try. So once I press on accept, if at all we have done everything correctly, this should be filtered out, and here instead of 1 it should be showing 2. So accept, and boom, there you go, no pending requests. This request got accepted, that is this person got added into the game, and over here there you go, Sujan, Anand as well as Praveen K. This person is the host, this person is the person who got accepted right now into the game. So now if I reload the app, you should be seeing 2 out of 5 going over here. There you go, 2 out of 5, and even that person's image is there. Yeah, so previously it didn't work because I had uncommented my use focus effect. That's the reason I had to reload the app. So even over here, there you go, 2 going, and it is working properly fine. So this step is done. So we are able to create a game, we're able to send requests, we're able to send a query, we're able to accept a request, and we're able to see that person, that is we are able to see all of the people in that particular game. So now the last and final step is we need to design the slot screen basically. So once you come to calendar over here, once you press on this particular one, we need to be navigating to the slot screen, where for that particular code or venue, we need to show that kind of slider, and the user can choose the time and then they can book the slot. So that's going to be the next step. So let's try to initialize a new screen that is known as slot screen.tsx, and then let's try to design that. So I'm going to say new screen over here. So let's come back over here and then new screen. I'm going to say slot screen.tsx. So let's do that. So slot screen.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. So now let's do one thing. Let's include that within the play stack navigator. Here I'm going to say slot. Okay. So here I'm going to say slot screen.tsx, and then let's try to save the file. So where we have that venue, that is once you press on this, we should be navigating to that particular slot screen. So let's come back to game selection, not game selection, game setup, and where we have the game.area, search for that. For this particular touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press. So taking that on press, and here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be slot, and to the screen we're going to send in a bunch of options, that is the place, that is going to be equals to your game.area. Okay, then your sports. So here I'm going to say if my venue is present, then just gonna access the sports available. I think we need to set that venue up, it's not yet set up, we'll do that. And furthermore, I need access to the date. That's going to be the game.date. Then the slot game.your time. That's how we access it. Then the start time, the end time, then your game ID. That is going to be game._id. All of the bookings. So it's going to be equals to your venue dot the bookings. So we need to initialize this venue part, that is for that particular venue. So let's first of all check if venues have been set up. Okay, no, so venues is not yet set up. We need to include that. So after your fetch requests over here itself, we're gonna have the venues part. So the endpoint for this is already being implemented. I mean, it's already implemented in the backend part. So for that, here I'm gonna say const venues response is going to be equals to your await axios dot get method of your, let's say, http / localhost 3001 / API / your venues. Okay, and here I'm just going to say set your venues to be of your venue response dot data. All right, that's it. So now let's try to access your venue over here. Let's say right over here I'm going to say const venue is going to be equals to your venues dot apply the find method, and we're gonna find based on the area. We do have that game.area. We're gonna match that, and then we're gonna store that particular information within the venue variable. So I'm gonna say venues dot find for every item over here. I'm gonna say item dot name is gonna be equals to your game dot your area. Let's try to save the file. So hopefully all of these details should be present. Let's navigate over here. There you go. We're coming correctly to the slot screen.tsx. So as you saw previously in the demo part of the video, there is a kind of slider that is going to be present where we can choose the time and we can choose in the duration, and then we're gonna start styling this out. So initially within the slot screen.tsx at the top, let's define some required states or basically some interfaces initially. So here, even before that, I'm going to access the width. I'm going to say const width. I'm going to say screen width is going to be equals to your dimensions dot get of your window. All right, here I'm going to say interface code. I'm going to say id of string, name of string, furthermore number of string. Okay, and here I'm going to say interface support. Here again id of string, name of string, then we're going to have your icon as well, that is for the support, then price of number, and quotes is going to be of type quote, that is of an array. So the next one is going to be for your interface booking. So how exactly it's going to look like. So interface booking, here is going to have your quote number, that is going to be of string, then time for which it's booked, so time as well, string, then furthermore your date, string, then user who has booked it, this to string, then the sport is going to be string, game as well, string. Okay, so apart from that, I'm going to have venue. So I'm going to say interface venue underscore id string, name is going to be string, then your sports available is going to be of type sport, that is defined above, and your bookings is going to be of type booking. Furthermore, your image, rating, and address. So image of string, then furthermore your rating. So here I'm going to say rating of a number. Then we're going to have your game ID. I mean not game ID, or address. So I'm going to say address is going to be of type string. Alright, this part is done. The next step is going to be your interface root params. I'm going to say root params. Here place of type string, your sports that was sent of type sport. Furthermore, your bookings of type booking, and here we're going to have in your game ID that is going to be equals to a string. Let's write that properly. Okay, that's pretty much it. So here I'm going to have in my navigation initially, so const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. Import that from React Navigation as such. Then const route is going to be equals to use route, access the hook correctly. Next I'm going to say const place comma sports comma bookings, that is going to be your initial bookings. I'm going to give in this name, as well as the game ID is going to be equals to root dot params as your route params that is defined onto the top. Okay, here let's try to access your user. So I'm going to say const your user is going to be equals to use user from clerk, just like this. Furthermore, I'm going to say const your venue comma set venue is going to be equals to, I think there is a double bracket. Here I'm going to say use state of type venue or null initially. Okay, then your selected sport, I'm going to say const selected sport comma set selected sport is going to be equals to your use state, and this is going to be equals to your sports that is coming from the root params. So sports of 0 dot the name, that's how we access it. As you can see, just as I press the dot, we're able to see all of the values, or a empty string. Next one, your selected date as well as a selected time. So I'm going to say const selected date comma set selected date is going to be equals to use state, and initially I'm going to say moment, import moment from moment, and I'm going to format it into this particular value. So dot format, I'm going to say do as well as mm. So apart from your selected date, I'm going to have your selected time. I'm going to say const selected time comma set selected time is going to be equals to your use state, initially let's say 5 a.m. over here. Okay, this part is done. The next step is for the duration. I'm going to say const duration comma set duration is going to be equals to use state of 60. So these are some of the states that we're going to use. Save the file. Let's look into the return block, that is the design for the slot screen. So again, I'm going to have in my safe area view being initialized. So safe area view, import that from React Native. So class name for this, as usual, a flex of 1. I'm going to say flex1 as well as a bg gray of 100. As you can see, that's looking good. Now the next step is with the sticky header with the checkout button over here. So I'm going to say taking a view for that, and below that I'm going to have in one more view, which in turn is going to have a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. This is going to have your arrow left. Import that from Lucid React Native. Color is going to be black. So I'm going to say black over here. Furthermore, I'm going to say size is going to be equals to 24. So for your touchable opacity, once you press on this, navigate back, I'm going to say navigation dot go back. Save. So there you go. That's working absolutely fine. So this part is done. So now the next step is, below this we're going to have the venue name. So I'm going to say text over here. I'm going to say venue.name, or we can actually access it from the params itself. So if you would observe in your game setup screen, we are sending the area, I guess, if I'm not wrong, area is not sent. Yeah, the place. Okay, so let's try to access that. So here within your slot screen, I don't think place is there. Yeah, place is there over here. So let's try to access the place just like this. As you can see, that's being shown. So here I'm going to say class name. So this in turn is going to have an, a text of gray of 800, a text of LG, font of semi-bold. There you go. That's looking good. So for this particular view, for the topmost view, I'm going to give it a BG. So class name, BG of white, border B, border gray of 200, as well as some padding of 3. That's looking good. Here let's try to have in your class name. I'm going to say flex of row, justify between, item center. Okay, so yeah, this is fine. I think justify between can be removed because I wanted to come next to each other, or we could give it a gap. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, that's looking fine. So this part is done. So now the next step is for the scroll view over here. Below this view, we're going to have a scroll view. So scroll view, import that from React Native. This in turn is going to have in your content container style. I'm going to say padding bottom of 15. Below that, we're going to have the venue header. So here I'm going to say view, and I'm going to have a text which is going to show the address. I'm not sure if address is being sent. Let me just check that. Game setup screen. Yeah, address is not being sent. So for now, we can just hard code it. So let's say come back to your index file, and then you can take in a value over here. Let's say for this, and yeah, something like this. Copy that down, and we're going to come back to your slot screen, and I'm going to add it over here. As you can see, that's looking good. And apart from that, I'm going to have in a text over here. I'm going to say earn 3 karma points on every booking. Save. And for the view, it's going to have a specific BG color. So class name initially, so it's going to say BG of hashtag 29 of 4461, and some internal spacing, padding of 3. There you go. That's looking good. So class name, here I'm going to say text of white, text of SM, and for this one I'm going to say class name empty of 3, text of white, text of base. Okay, yeah, this is looking good. So now the next step is for the sport selection. So let's try to implement this. So for the sport selection part, first of all, we need the state to handle which particular venue we are in. So for that reason, we need to initialize a use effect. Okay, so here I'm going to say use effect, import that from React, and we're just trying to fetch the venues. So I'm going to say const fetch venue is going to be equals to async function, and over here let's try to access the try as well as catch. So initially catch of error, I'm going to say console.error failed to fetch venues with that particular error. Within the try block, let's try to access the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await your axios dot get method. This is going to be the URL http. It's going to be localhost 3001 /API/ your venues. Okay, here I'm going to have in my params, that is the name, and I'm going to pass in the place over here. Let's try to format once, and here I'm going to say const venues is going to be equals to your response.data, and if my venues, let's come back, if your venues dot your length is equals to 0, then in that case I'm going to say throw new error which says venue is not found. Okay, else I'm going to say set venue to be of your venues of, venue of 0, venues of 0. Okay, so instead of actually hard coding this, you can actually try to filter out that is what exactly the data is coming, and then based on whatever place we are matching, we can do that. So let's try to first of all log the venues. So console.log venues as well as venues over here. Save, and you can try to call the function that is over here, that is fetch venues. And here is dependent on the place. Save. So there you go, we are getting all of the details. So you can actually try to filter out those venues which match the name. So let's say we are in serve and smash, so you can just search for serve and smash. So that is this one. So you can say const required venue is going to be equals to, let's say, venues dot filter, let's say for venue, your venue dot name should be equals to your place dot name, just the place. And here I'm going to say set venue to be of your required venue. Save. So now let's actually try to verify that. I'm going to log the venues over here. Let's uncomment this, let's comment that, and then let's log the venue over here. So console.log venue as well as your venue. Save. Okay, so for some reason it's currently empty. Let's try to log this. Okay, wrong spelling of this, my bad. Venue. Save. So there you go. So we do have the details for just this particular place. Okay, so hopefully the place name is correct. Let's search for serve and smash. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, so there you go, the name is there. This is the one. Yeah, so we are getting the correct details, which is good. So let's come down over here and then let's try to show the sports available. That's the next part. Right below this particular view, I'm going to say taking a view, and over here I'm going to say venue dot apply the sports available map over here for every sport. Let's try to show a touchable opacity. Within that, I'm going to have in a text which is going to show the sport dot name. Okay, it's giving an error, cannot read property map of undefined. So let's look into that. So okay, wrong spelling. So this should be sports available. Hopefully that is the issue, I guess. Let's come back to play this one and then go here. All right, so we do have an issue with this. Let's try to comment this down and let's try to log the detail over here. Yep, so this is the value. So here it should essentially be, or let's do one thing. Let's try to say venue dot sports available. Oh, okay, it's undefined. That's weird because over here, but here it's not being shown. So yeah, let's exactly check why that is not being present. Alright, so let's do one thing. Instead of that particular method, instead of filter, let's try to find, and it should essentially return the object that is just like this, and we can map over it, and you're able to see that design onto the screen. Okay, so yeah, that's better instead of using the filter method. So here access sport.name, that's being shown correctly, fine. Class name for this, essentially text of base as well as text gray of 800. And for the topmost view, class name flex row, flex of wrap, justify center, padding of 3. Okay, so for your touchable opacity, class name initially, and key is going to be equals to sport.id. So for this, initially backticks, I'm going to say px of 4, py of 2, a margin of 1, rounded is going to be full, border, I'm going to say border gray of 300. So border gray 300. Here I'm going to say dollar if my selected sport is going to be equals to your sport dot your name. Then in this case it's going to be equals to your bg gray of 200, else it's going to be equals to your bg white. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. There you go, that's looking good. So we need to set up the on press. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and I'm going to say set the selected sport. I think the state is already being defined for this. Set selected sport of your sport.name, and furthermore I'm going to say set selected quote. Yeah, that is not yet present. Let's do that later. Let's try to save the file. The next part is for the date selection. So we need to initialize the dates for this. So we're going to generate dates, that is today to the next 4 or 5 days. Let's remove that. Here I'm going to say const dates is going to be equals to array dot from, taking the length over here, I'm going to say length is going to be 5. All right, here taking the index value, and let's say const your date moment. So this should essentially be a parenthesis. So I'm going to say const date moment is going to be equals to your moment dot add with respect to the index the days. Okay, let's try to return the values. That is the day, it's going to be equals to your date moment dot format it into this particular value. Then your month, I'm going to say month over here, I'm going to say date moment dot format it into this particular value. I don't think there is a semicolon. Let's add in the comma. The next one is going to be for the weekday. I'm going to say weekday because all of these designs, all of these variables are going to be used in the design. So date moment dot format to DDD. I'm going to say full date. So date moment dot format into this particular value. Okay. So yep, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Let's make use of these dates and then let's try to design this. So right below the view, first of all, let's initialize the view for that. So view, I'm going to say dates dot map for every date that's present. Let's show a touchable opacity. And here I'm going to have in the text, which is going to show your d dot month as well as the d dot day. Below that, another text which is going to show the d dot weekday. Save. So there you go, August 18th till August 22nd. So that's looking good. So for your first text, I'm going to say class name. So here initially I'm going to say text of base, font of semi bold, and I'm going to say dollar if my selected date is equals to your d dot full date, then text of white. Okay, else is going to be equals to text gray of 800. Let's try to format once over here. Here I'm going to say class name. So initially, text of SM, that's going to be the default styling. Then again, add in the condition over here. That is, if your selected date is going to be equals to d dot full date. Again, similar condition, text of white. So text white, else text gray of 600. Save. So there you go, that's looking good. Let's try to format once. So now for your touchable opacity, let's try to add in the condition. So class name, this in turn is going to have padding of 3, rounded of LG, items of center, and add in the condition that is, if at all your selected date is going to be equals to d dot full date. Then in this case, it's going to have a bg green of, let's say, 500, else a bg gray of 200. Save. So there you go. That's looking nice. Let's try to design the view so that it looks better. Class name over here, flex of row, justify of around, padding of 3. Just like that, this is looking neat. So once you press on that, let's try to initialize on press. On press over here, I'm going to say set selected date to be of your d dot full date. And just like that, we're able to switch between all of the dates present. So this part is done. So now the next step is your time and duration selection part. So right below your view, this design is going to come up. So access a view over here. This in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have a text, which is going to say time. Save. Okay. So below that, we're going to have one more view. Within that, I'm going to have one more text, which says, duration. Save. Okay, so here first of all, for the outermost view, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a padding of 4, and for the inner text here, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a text of base, font of semi bold, and text gray of 800. So for this, I'm going to say class name. It's going to come into a row fashion. So flex of row, font of semi bold, as well as not this one. So flex of row is going to be present, justify of center or justify between, then your item center, MB of 4. Okay, that's looking good. So for this particular text, initially class name, so text of base, font of semi bold, text gray of 800, and a margin right of 2. That's looking good. So now below your duration, I'm going to have one more view. Here we're going to have your touchable opacity, which is going to show your text with the minus button, as well as the duration. For that, another text. Access the duration variable, initially set to 60 in minutes, and finally your plus button. So here I'm going to say plus. There you go. That's looking good. So for the outermost view, pass on the class name, flex of row, okay, items of center, bg of white, padding of 2, rounded LG. It's going to have a border as well as border gray of 300. Yeah, that's looking fine. So for your disable opacity, for your text, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of Excel, a text gray of 800, padding X of 2. Format for the duration as well, again kind of similar styling. Class name, text of base, text gray of, let's say, 800, add in that, and mx of 2, so some space is given. Finally, for your plus button, again similar styling, copy this down, add it over here. Okay, so once you press on the touchable opacity, we just need to adjust the duration. Here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, I'm going to say adjust duration of minus 60. Here it's going to be adjust duration of plus 60. So yeah, let's try to define the function that is adjust duration. So at the top itself, let's say over here, I'm going to say const adjust duration is going to take in the change of type number, that is 60 basically. I'm going to say const new duration is going to be equals to your math.max of 60 comma duration plus change. I'm going to say set the new duration to be off. Set duration to be off, yeah, new duration. Save. Let's try to give this a try. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. So once you press on 60, okay, my bad. It's not working because it's given minus over here. It should be plus. So once I'm on 60, press on this, it's going to 120 and 180. As you can see, once you press on minus, even though it's 60, it's not going to go down because we have used the maximum functionality over there. So yeah, that's pretty much it for now. So this part is done. So even the styling part is done as well. Let's check that out for all of the views. So for this view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So class name, I'm going to say flex of row. Furthermore, item center, bg of white. Nope, not for this. Save. Yeah, so that's it for this part. So now the next step is we're going to initialize that slider kind of design. Okay, so let's try to access that. So we're going to create the time slots for this. Let's try to initialize that similarly how we did it for the dates. Here I'm going to say const time slots. It's going to be equals to, again, array dot from. This in turn is going to say, let's say length of 27, length of 37. Here again, take in the index. And here I'm going to say const har is going to be equals to 5 plus your math dot floor of I by 2. You can just try to write in the code for the slots. I'm going to say const minute. It's going to be equals to, if my I modulus 2 is going to be equals to 0 question mark, then it's going to be 0 0, else is going to be equals to 30. Okay, next one, am pm is going to be equals to, if your har is less than 12, then obviously am, else it's going to be pm. Next one is for the display hour. I'm going to say const display har is going to be equals to your har modulus 12 is going to be equals to 0, then 12, else the har modulus 12. I'm going to say return dollar display har and your dollar minute as well as your dollar ampm. So yep, that's it. These are the time slots. Let's make use of this and then let's design the slider that we're going to show right below the view. So let's come back over here and let's say after this one, I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a self-enclosing view. I'm going to get the design for that and try to add it over here. You can take a look at it. Save. So there you go. This is for the triangular slider. Here I'm going to have in my scroll view being initialized. So scroll view, within that I'm going to map over my time slots. Okay, so time slots dot apply the map function. So for every time as well as your index, let's try to render a view. Within this view, I'm going to have in another view, which in turn is going to first of all check if at all the index modulus 2 equals to 0, then only show the time. So if my index modulus 2 is going to be equals to 0 and render a text with the time being shown. And there you go. Just like that, we have all of the timings from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's what we wanted. And over here, the next condition is for, so basically the next design is also basically for the design that is to point for that particular hour. So I'm going to add that over here. Let's try to format once. So as you can see, that is a pointer which we're going to use. So now for the text over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of XS as well as, text gray of 800, empty of 6, text of center, a width of 50 pixels. Save. So if that's looking good, so for your outermost view, we're going to pass in the styling over here. So here I'm going to say class name. It's going to be initially absolute, and your top view is going to be relative. So class name. All right, so apart from absolute here, we're going to say, width of full. Let's write that. Then I'm going to say height of 1.5 and top of minus 2.5. Okay, so yeah, now let's provide the width for this particular view, that is this one. So class name, this in turn is going to have width of 50 pixels, and apart from that, item center and justify center as well. Let's try to format once over here, and then let's try to save. For your scroll view, let's provide in the required details. So essentially horizontal and show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Then snap to interval, I'm going to say 100. I'm going to say declaration rate, set it to be fast. And your content container style, that's going to be equals to padding horizontal. I'm going to say screen width divided by 2 minus 25. Okay, so I think because of this, it's not correctly showing. Let's try to remove the design for this once. Save. Okay, so there you go. That is being shown correctly fine. So you're able to scroll through the slide, but some issue with the centering part of the design over here. Let's try to fix that. So you can take a look at this particular styling, save the file. So there you go, just like that, it went into the center part. You can take a look at the styling from the topmost point. You probably have missed something. That is right from over here. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your slider part. As you can see, you can slide through each of the timings, and it is gonna choose each of the timing over here, just like this. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is to show the quotes selection. So before that, we need to implement some designs over here. So before that, so now the next step is for the quote selection. We're going to do that in just a bit, and the next step is to show the quote price. Apart from that, the confirmation message, and then below the book slot. So let's try to design the book slot over here, that is right below your scroll view. I'm going to say touchable opacity, take in a text over here. I'm going to say text which says book slot. Okay, so class name initially bg green of 600, padding of 3, empty of 3, and rounded of SM. And take in the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name initially text of center, text is going to be white, text is going to be base over here, and a font of semi bold. Okay, so this part is done. So yeah, the next step is for your quotes part. As I told, we're going to show the quotes selection. So for your quote section design, first of all, I'm going to add in my selected sports data. That's going to be equals to your venue dot sports available dot your find, and for every value, the s dot name should be equals to your selected sport. So let's come down to this point, and below this, I'm going to have in my view for the quote selection. Here I'm going to say your selected sports data dot your quotes dot map for every quote over here. Let's try to first of all have in a bunch of conditions, and apart from that, I'm going to return over here. So right after this particular one, I'm going to say return. Okay, I think the bracket is messed up. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. So within that, I'm gonna have a text which shows the code.name. So for that, it's gonna be simple. Just directly try to access code dot your name. Save. There you go. Synthetic code 1, synthetic code 2, as well as synthetic code 3 for badminton. So this is being shown correctly fine. So here for the reservable opacity, initially class name, it's gonna have a conditional styling. So here I'm gonna say width 1/2, padding of let's say 4, margin bottom of 2, border gray of 200, rounded of LG. Okay, here I'm gonna say if my selected code, so the state for that is not yet added, I'm gonna paste it over here for the selected code as well as the confirmation message. Just try to use that over here. Okay, if your selected code is going to be equals to, add that value. If it's equals to your code.number, then in this case we're gonna have a bg green of 100. So here question mark, I'm gonna say bg green of 100, else it's gonna be bg white. Save. So there you go, that's looking fine. So here class name for your touchable opacity, I mean not for the touchable opacity, for your text property. So here text sm as well as text gray of 800. Save. So that's looking good. So for the view, I'm going to say class name px of 4, flex of row, flex of wrap. There you go, that's looking good. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to format once and let's try to save. Let's try to give a mr probably of 1. Yeah, okay, if I give 1, it's going to come to the next part. Yeah, let's keep it as is. So once you press on that, we need to initialize the on press. So here I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and we also have a condition for is code booked or not. We need to add in that. So here I'm going to say on press if not of is code booked, and I'm going to say handle code selection of the code number. So I'm going to say handle your code selection of your code dot your number dot your toString as well as your code name. I'm going to say code dot name. Wrong spelling of code. So you can actually add in this piece of code for the is code booked or not. So you're going to go into the venue, access the bookings, and for that particular booking, we're going to first of all check the booking start as well as the booking end based on the moment over here. And over here, we're going to basically return based on these conditions. That is, if at all the booking.date is equals to selected date, and if at all booking.sport equals to selected sport, and all of these conditions are true, then that particular code number is going to be booked. Okay, so the same thing over here, access that, and then we need to define the handle code selection, that is at the top over here. I'm going to say const handle code selection is going to be equals to your code number. So I'm going to say code number over here, that is a string. Furthermore, your code name, that also is a string. Here first of all, I'm going to check if the code is booked for the selected time. So I'm going to say const. Okay, so the arrow is missing over here. So const time index. Okay, so it's going to be equals to your time slots dot the index of your selected time. Okay, so if I'm going to say availability of the time index, so we need to define the availability. So we're going to calculate the availability with the overlap check, right? So let's do that. So here I'm going to say const your availability is going to be equals to, let's say, your time slots dot apply the map function. So for every time as well as your index over here, I'm going to get in the slot moment. I'm going to say const slot moment is going to be equals to your moment of dollar selected date dollar time. Okay, so with respect to this value, as well as a. Okay, here I'm going to say const your current moment is going to be equals to moment, and I'm going to check if at all my slot moment is before of current moment, then just it is passed, then return 0. So I'm going to say if slot moment dot is before of your current moment, then here say return 0 because this is the past. Okay, I'm going to say const slot end, that's the next condition, is going to be equals to your moment of your slot moment dot add. You're going to add the duration as well as with respect to the minutes. We're going to format it into this particular value, that is h mm as well as a. And here we're going to add in the same condition that we added over here, that is this part. It's essentially going to be the same itself, so I'm just going to add that over here right below the slot end. So I'm going to add it over here. So essentially it's going to be the same thing, whatever you add over here, it is going to be the same thing. Just add that over here within the availability block, just like this. Okay, so finally over here we're going to return based on whether or not if at all it is booked or not. So I'm going to say return is booked, then 2 else 1. Okay, so 2 is booked and 1 is available. So here within the handle code selection, let's try to define that. Here I'm going to say if my availability of the time index is equals to 2, then in this case the slot is booked, right? So I'm going to say alert dot your alert error, this code is already booked for the selected time. I'm going to say this code is already booked for the selected time, and we're just going to return from the function that is right below the alert. I'm going to say return. Okay, then I'm going to say set the selected code to be of your code number. Then I'm going to say set confirmation message to be of the duration added. Here I'm going to say duration, not like this, backticks, and here I'm going to say duration minutes added. Basically whatever minutes is there over here, basically it's going to be 1 hour. Okay, so below that I'm going to say set timeout, and then we're going to make the confirmation message go off. So set timeout over here, I'm going to say set confirmation message to be of null after 1 second or 1.5 seconds. So I'm going to say 1500 milliseconds, that equals 1.5 seconds. So let's format over here. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so this part is done. So let's press on this. There you go. This is selected. And once you press on any of them, that is going to get selected. So now below the code section, we need to show the duration timings that's going to be shown up. Okay. Also your code price as well, that is right below the view. So let's say over here, I'm going to say if my selected sports data and over here I'm going to have in a view. Within this I'm going to have a text which is going to show INR your selected sports data dot your price dot to fixed of 2. Save. There you go. The price for the code is 500. That's coming from the data which is correctly being shown. So class name for this, so I'm going to say class name, that's going to be items of center, padding wire 4. For the text I'm going to say class name, text of LG, font of semi bold, text gray of 800. Okay, just like that, this part is done. So now the next step is the confirmation message that's going to be shown. So right below this I'm going to say if at all confirmation message is true, that means if at all it's present, and here I'm gonna have a view, within that another view, and I'm gonna have a text which says confirmation message. So as of now the timer would have been cleared off, so that's the reason it's not being shown onto the screen, right? So here I'm gonna say class name. So this in turn is gonna have your absolute positioning, so absolute bottom of 4, left of 0, right of 0 as well, items of center. Okay, class name for this in turn is going to have a bg green of let's say 600, padding y of 2, padding x of 4, and rounded lg. For the text over here I'm going to say class name, text of white, text base, font semi-bold. Let's format once and then let's try to save. Let's press on standard synthetic code 2. There you go, 60 minutes added, and then we're going to show the price over here just like that. Okay, so that's the reason we've provided the absolute positioning such that it comes onto that, and then after a couple of seconds or after 1.5 seconds that is gone. So that's pretty much it. This screen is completely designed. We need to implement the endpoints for booking a slot for that particular time and for that particular sport as well. So now let's actually try to verify once if you press on cricket. So there you go, we are able to see the pitches for cricket, and for tennis those codes are being shown. So code 1, code 2, and even over here the price is dynamically being changed. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's head back to your game.routes.js, and then we're gonna implement the endpoint for booking a court or booking a slot. Let's come back to game.routes.js, scroll down, and over here I'm going to say router.post. This in turn is going to post to the game ID for that particular game. That's going to be dynamic, and then /book. This is going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Okay, and over here first of all let's try to have in the catch block over here. So try catch block, and let's define the catch block, console.error. I'm going to say error booking a slot. With that particular error message, I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being failed to book slot. For that particular error, I'm going to say error dot message. So that's it for the catch block. Within the try block there is a lot of implementations to be done. So first of all we need access to the game ID that we are trying to book. So I'm going to say const game ID is going to be equals to your request dot params, and furthermore I need access to the user ID, that's the person who is booking the code, as well as your venue name, furthermore your code number and your date. Apart from that, time, then your sport is going to be equals to your request dot body. Okay, here add in the condition if at all not of user ID or not of your venue name or not of your code number or not of your date or not of your time or not of your sport. Okay, here I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot json with a message being user ID, venue name, comma your code number, comma date, comma time are required. That's it. Let's try to format once over here just like this, and then let's try to save. Here I'm going to say const game is going to be equals to your await game dot find by id method. You're going to find based on the game ID over here. So game ID, then here I'm going to check if at all the game is not present, then we cannot book the slot for that game, I'm going to say return result dot status of 404.json with a message being game is not found. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And here I'm going to say if at all the game.admin is not equals to the user ID, then they cannot book it, because only the admin needs to book the game. So if game.admin is not equals to user ID, here I'm going to say return result.status of 403.json with a message being only the game admin can book slots. Okay, so now the next condition is we need to check if at all the game is already booked. That means if at all that particular slot is booked. So here I'm going to say if at all game dot is booked. If it's true, then there is no use of booking again, right? So I'm going to say return result dot status of 400.json with a message being game slot already booked. Okay, and here I'm going to say const venue is going to be equals to await venue dot, I'm going to say find one based on the name, that is your venue name. Here again check the condition if at all your venue is not found in the backend. Here I'm going to say return result dot your status of 404.json with a message being venue not found. Okay, the next condition is for the user, that is based on the clerk ID. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await user dot find one. So let's write that properly. Find one based on your clerk ID. That should match the user ID, that is the admin's ID. So here if not of user, then we're just going to say directly user is not found. So copy that down. Here I'm going to say user not found. Okay, these are the required conditions, and apart from that we're gonna start implementing it. First of all, getting the sports data, I'm going to say const your sports data is going to be equals to venue dot access the sports available dot apply the find method. So for every value, if at all the s dot name is going to be equals to the sport, and your s dot quotes dot apply the sum method for every value if at all the number is going to be equals to the quote number. So I'm going to say if at all c dot number dot toString is equals to quote number that's coming from the front end part. If this is true, first of all we're going to check if this data is present or not. So if not of sports data, then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400.json with a message being quote not found for the selected sport. Okay, so now the next condition is for the quote. I'm going to say const quote is going to be equals to your sports data dot apply the quotes, go into the quotes and apply the find method in JavaScript, and for every value if at all the c dot number dot toString is going to be equals to your quote number. So if not of quote, then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400.json, okay, with a message being quote is not found. All right, so now the next step is we need to check for the conflicting bookings with the same sport as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say const conflicting booking. It's going to be equals to venue dot go into the bookings and then find for every booking over here if my booking dot date is going to be equals to date, and your booking dot time is going to be equals to time, and your booking dot your code number is going to be equals to code number, and I mean over here within the brackets your booking dot your sport also should be equals to the sport. So if basically these conditions are true, then we do have a conflicting booking for that particular sport as well as that particular time slot. Okay, so here I'm going to say if conflicting booking is true, so then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being slot already booked for this sport. Okay, so now the next step is we need to ensure all the existing bookings have the sport. So here I'm going to say your venue dot bookings is going to be equals to your venue dot bookings dot map. Okay, for every booking over here I'm going to spread the booking and I'm going to say the sport is going to be equals to your booking dot sport or the sport if it's not present. So now we need to create a new booking, so I'm going to say venue dot access the bookings array. We do have this in the model as well. Dot apply the push method and we're going to push in all of these required details, that is the code number, the date for which it was booked, the time slot, the sport, the user who has booked it, that's going to be user dot underscore id, as well as the game, that is going to be your game id. All of these details are going to come right from this point. Okay, so yep, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Once this is done, we need to update the game. First of all, we need to save the venue, so I'm going to say await venue dot save and update the game. So game dot is booked is going to be set to true because the booking is done, and I'm going to say game dot your quote number is going to be equals to your quote number, and furthermore I'm going to say await game dot save. Okay, that's it. Here I'm going to say result dot your status of 200 dot JSON with a message being slot booked successfully, and I'm going to send in the details, that is the quote number as well as the price. So quote number, price is going to be equals to your sports data dot your price. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So yep, that's pretty much it. So this is the complete endpoint for booking a slot. Let's also write the endpoint quickly for toggling the match full status. If you want to implement this in the front end, you can try to do that. I'm going to write the endpoint for this. Okay, so router dot post method, it's going to be / toggle match full. It's going to have your async method with your request and the response in the callback, having the try catch block. So try catch of error. Here first of all let's define the error block, console dot error. I'm going to say error toggling match full status. Okay, here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being failed to toggle match full status. That's it. Within the try block, we need to access the game ID as well as the admin ID. I'm going to say const game id comma admin id is going to be equals to request dot body. Here I'm going to check if at all not of game id or not of admin id. Then in this case I'm going to directly say return result dot status of 400 dot json with a message being game id and admin id are required. Okay, so that's it. Now the next step is we need to find the game by the id. You can directly try to access that. We've done that previously. This is the one, find by id of the game id. If not of game, then directly say game is not found. Format over here. Okay, here if at all the game dot admin is not equals to admin id, then in this case I'm gonna say I think spelling is wrong for this. If game dot admin is not equals to admin id, then over here return result dot status of 103 dot json with a message being only the game admin can toggle the match full status. Okay, that's it. Some issue with this, I guess. Yeah, it went off. That's good. So that condition is done. Now the next step is just try to toggle the status. I'm going to say game dot access the match full, set it to be not of game dot match full. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. And I'm going to say await game dot safe. All right, this part is done. Then finally I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being a match full status updated. So match full status is updated. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can try to format once. So these are all of the endpoints that we're going to use. Safe. So this part is done. So now let's come back to the slot screen, and I forgot to add in one more thing, that is on scroll for the scroll view. That is for the slider. We need to add in that. So we need to define that function, and once after that's done, we can implement the book slot functionality based on the endpoint that we have designed. So let's come back to the slot screen, and let's come back to the point where we have the scroll view. We need to give the on scroll basically. Where is that? Yeah, to this particular one. And let's implement this. After that, we're going to implement the book slot functionality. So here I'm going to say on momentum scroll end. So on momentum scroll end, we're going to define the function that is handle scroll. So let's try to define this function that is on to the top over here. This is basically going to give you the event. So let's say over here itself, I'm going to say const handle scroll is going to be equals to your event of type any. Here first of all I'm going to get in the scroll offset. I'm going to say const scroll offset is going to be equals to your event dot your native event dot your content offset dot x. Okay, I'm going to access my slot width over here. I'm going to say const slot width is going to be equals to, let's say 50. Let's initialize the index. So const index is going to be equals to your math dot round of your scroll offset divided by your slot width. Here I'm going to say const new time index is going to be equals to, if your index modulus 2 is going to be equals to 0, then it's going to be index, else it's going to be equals to index minus 1. Okay, here I'm going to say const new time is going to be equals to time slots of the new time index or your time slots of 0. And I'm going to say set the selected time to be of your new time, and we're going to make use of the scroll to method. I'm going to say scroll view ref. I don't think this is actually initialized, so we need to initialize this, and I'm not sure if it is actually given to the scroll view as well. Yeah, so it's not done. So we need to initialize the scroll uref. That is going to be equals to useRef of null initially. So here I'm going to say const scroll view ref is going to be equals to useRef of null over here. Okay, so let's make use of that scroll view ref over here. That is this. I'm going to say scroll view ref dot your current dot access the scroll to, and you're going to pass in the x value. That's going to be equals to your new time index multiplied by slot width. Animated is going to be equals to true. Let's try to format once. Okay, so yeah, that's the basic part of your handle scroll. So this part is done. So now let's try to define the function on your book slot that is present at the bottommost part. So if you really want to add the payment part, you can add it, but as of now, as you saw in the demo part of the video, we're just gonna implement the booking for that particular slot, whatever is currently chosen. I'm gonna say on press handle checkout over here. So yeah, let's try to define your handle checkout. So we're gonna apply all of the conditions, and then only we're gonna mark this quote or venue as booked. I'm gonna say const handle checkout is gonna be equals to async function, and over here I'm gonna check if at all not of your selected quote. Then I'm gonna say alert dot alert error, please select a quote. Okay, then you're going to directly return from the function. So I'm going to say return over here. Furthermore, I'm going to check if at all your availability of your time slots dot, I'm going to check the index of selected time is not equals to 1, then that particular slot would not be available because that is booked. I'm going to say selected time is not equals to 1. The condition should come over here. So then in this case, again we are going to say alert dot alert error. Here I'm going to say selected time slot not available, and again we're going to return from the function. Okay, furthermore, if at all not of current game ID, yep, so we need to initialize this value, that is the current game ID, that's going to be equals to your game ID. So here let's come back, initialize the state for this. I'm going to say const your current game ID comma set current game ID is going to be equals to your use state, and initially it would be pointing to your game ID over here. Game ID is going to come from the root params, so access the game ID. It's like this. Okay, so yep, let's try to continue writing the function that is after the condition. So here, yeah, after this, if your current game ID, I mean if at all not of your current game ID, here we're gonna say alert dot alert game not created, please try again. So alert dot alert error game not created, please try again. Alright, so now the next step is we need to initialize the slot end as well as the slot time. So here I'm going to say const slot end is going to be equals to your moment of your selected time with respect to this, that is h, as well as a. We're going to add it. I'm going to say dot add of the duration with respect to the minutes. Here I'm going to say const slot time is going to be equals to your dollar selected time minus your slot end. So that's going to be the slot time for the particular game. Let's initialize your try catch block over here. So try as well as catch of error. So here let's try to log. I'm going to say console.error failed to book slot with your error dot message comma error dot your response dot data. Let's say error over here. Okay, so now within the try block, let's try to initialize the sport. First of all, I'm going to say const sport is going to be equals to access the venue dot access the sports available, apply the find method over here for every value, go into the quotes, so s dot quotes, and over here apply the sum method in JavaScript. So for every value over here, if your c dot number dot to string is equals to selected code. If this is true, then we're gonna take that particular sport. So I'm gonna say selected code over here. So if not of sport, then we're gonna say selected code is not found. So if not of sport, here again alert dot alert error your selected code not found, and we're going to return from the function. After all, we do have that. Initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios. It's going to be the post method, and this is going to be your URL, that is http localhost 3001 /API / your games / your current game ID, that is coming from the root params basically / your book. Okay, this in turn is going to take in a bunch of things, that is the user ID, your venue name. So I'm going to say venue name, that is going to be equals to your venue dot name. The next one is going to be your court number. I'm going to say court number. This again is going to be equals to your selected court. Date, I'm going to say selected date. Time is going to be equals to your slot time, that is defined above. Your sport is going to be equals to your selected sport. So when you define the user ID, so that is going to be equals to your user dot ID. So I'm not sure why it is not yet defined. Let's do that. Const user ID is going to be equals to your user dot ID, just like this. Okay, let's try to save the file and let's come back to the function. Yeah, so there you go, this part is done, that is the response is initialized. So now the next step is we're going to check the status code. So below over here, I'm going to say if your response dot your status is equals to 200, then in this case I'm going to say alert dot alert success, and we're going to say slot booked successfully for that particular court number as well as the particular date. So I'm just going to add that over here, just like this. You can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. So we're going to add some conditions for the loading as well. So as you can see, loading is already set up, I hope. Okay, loading is not there. We're going to add the condition for the venue, that is if at all the venue is not present, we're going to show a message saying venue is not actually found. So right below your function over here, I'm going to say if not of your venue, then try to return a view. So I'm going to say return over here. I'm going to say save area view. You're having a text. I'm going to say venue not found. Pass on the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name flex of 1, bg gray of 100, justify of center, items of center, and over here I'm going to say class name text gray of 500 text of LG. Save the file. Let's try to format once over here, and then let's try to actually book the slot. So let's say over here, I'm going to come back to the game.routes.js. Let's actually verify if at all we have the correct endpoint being written. So it's going to be game ID as well as book. Okay. So let's verify that game ID / book. So within the response, as you can see, game ID / book, this is going to be common for the API games. And this is going to be our URL, that is 3001. Okay. So let's say I'm going to, choose the 24th of August, and then I'm going to book the game. Let's say 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Like that's when the game is scheduled. So I'm going to choose for 5, scroll down over here. Okay, so I think I'm missing up one design, that is with respect to your green line. Okay, because we need to show it to the user, that is whether it is booked or not. Okay, so I think I forgot that bit. So let's come back to your part. Yeah, I think I forgot the design. So yeah, we initially thought we would do that later once when the availability is set up, but it is not yet completed. So we need to add that. That is while we are mapping the time slots, not the dates. Yeah, so at this particular point, we need to add in the condition, that is green for available, gray for booked. If at all the availability of index is equals to 0, then D3, D3, D3. So I'm just going to add in those conditions over here. Yep. So you can try to add in these conditions, that is for background color. Let's try to save the file. And there you go. Just like that, it's looking clean. So yeah, this part was missing. So that's the reason I immediately, remembered, because I still remember the demo part of the video. Like it contained something green, and here we didn't have that basically. So yeah, if at all it's booked, it's going to have the gray color. If it is available, then green over here. So let's try to book it for 5 to 6 p.m. Okay, I'm going to choose standard synthetic quote 1, and then I'm going to say book slot. Okay, so it says venue is not defined. So probably in the game.routes.js, I don't think venue is there. Yeah, that's the reason. So const venue is going to be equals to require access your models as well as your venue. Yep, that's cool. So now let's try to give this one more try. Yeah, so and even in the backend folder, I think that's what is the issue is cannot find module venue. So let's say book slot over here. All right, so again there is an issue, I guess. Not exactly sure if that is the issue. Okay, my bad. The spelling is wrong for models. So models. Hopefully now it should work. Let's give this one more try. Let's say standard synthetic code 1. It's already selected. Book slot. And boom, there you go. Success. Slot booked successfully for standard synthetic code 1 on 24th August at 5 p.m. Wednesday, that is August 20th. I don't think we have given the navigation or go back. We need to actually navigate back over here. So probably once if I check out my function over here, we need to say, yeah, I think navigation go back is given. Let's say okay. And there you go. We are coming back to the previous screen. So now if I reload the app and let's come back to the calendar tab over here. Dismiss this and over here. And there you go. Just like that, it says quote 1 is booked. Okay, so I basically created a new game because the other game was for 19th of August and I couldn't record on that day. And that's the reason it has changed to 24th of August. I've just created a new game. And as of now, I myself am the player in the game. So as you can see, it's saying 1 going over here. And even over here, we can actually show the booked one that is just right over here. Probably we didn't add that condition, not sure why. So let's check that out. So essentially within your game card, this should come, that is if at all it's booked, we can show it as booked. Okay, yeah, we can implement that as well. Just check if at all game.is booked is true, then try to show the booked status over here. So I think we are actually showing requested, that is if at all a person has requested, we're going to show that over here. Okay, we can implement that. So now this part is done. So now one final step is, I think we forgot to initialize the main thing, that is the stand, that is the profile details screen. So let's try to do that. So let's try to create a store and we're going to initialize the user store.ts over here. So for that we need to install your the stand as well as expose secure store. So let's come back to Chrome over here and I'm going to search for your expose secure store. I'm going to say expo secure store and press on this secure store expo documentation. Let's try to install this. Come back over here, new terminal, install just like this. Okay, and let's also try to add in Zustand as well. Try to create the stores folder. I'm going to say stores. Within that, I'm going to say user store .ts. Okay, so here we're going to have in the create from the stand, and we're going to define the fetch user. So here we're going to define the fetch user as basically a standalone function. So let's do that. Let's wait for this to implement, and we need to install Zustand as well. That is not yet done. So here I'm going to say yarn add Zustand. Okay, so here I'm going to say initially import create from Zustand. Then your persist as well as create JSON storage from your Zustand middleware. I'm going to say import persist as well as your create JSON storage from Zustand / middleware. And we're going to say import star as secure store from expo secure store. We also need access to Axios, so import Axios from Axios. So here we are basically going to get in the user's details. So with the help of the clerk ID, I'm going to say const fetch user is going to be equals to a async method, which in turn is going to take in your clerk ID of type string. We're going to make it a set method. We're going to say state. I'm going to say partial of your user store. This is going to be of void. So we need to define the user store. That we're going to do that right at the top. So here I'm going to say interface user store is going to be equals to user of type user or null, and I'm going to say set user. It's going to be of type user or null. That is going to return void over here. Then your fetch user, it's going to take in your clerk ID. So I'm going to say clerk ID of string. This is basically going to be of type promise of void. The next one is going to be your clear user as well as the refresh user. So clear user, here we're going to say void, and refresh user, this in turn is going to take in again your clerk ID, and it's going to return a promise of void. Okay, we need to define the user interface as well. So here I'm going to say interface user. Here we are going to say clerk ID, that is going to be of type string, email string, first name string, last name string as well, image string, sports is going to be array of string basically. Okay, furthermore your provider, again optional value string, your PlayPals is going to be array of strings. Furthermore your game count, that is going to be a number. Alright, so let's define the function having your try catch block. So try over here and catch of error. Here we are going to say console.error failed to fetch user, that particular error message. Here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot get method. This is going to be your URL, http localhost 3001 /API / your users / your clerk ID, and check the response.status code. Here I'm going to say if my response dot my status is equals to 200, then I'm going to set the user. So I'm going to say set user to be of the response.data.user. That's it. And here we're going to export the const user use user store. Let's try to format once. Here export const use user store is going to be equals to, I'm going to make this the create method, create based on your user store, and I'm going to say persist over here. That's going to come from the stand. Access the set, and initially your user is going to be null. I'm going to say set user, take in your user and set to be of the user. Furthermore, your fetch user, it's going to be an async function, so I'm going to say async over here of your clerk ID. Here we're going to call the function that is await fetch user of the clerk ID as well as the set method. As you can see, it's going to take in two things. So fetch user of the clerk ID as well as set, then clear user, it's going to be your